Kevin's busy chopping onions. Okay, so I have to go back to Team B. I don't need to spend too much time in that. I just need to get Ren's CP up. Oh, look, it's the Geopatch. I'm kind of sad it didn't blow up. It's like, where's the kaboom? There was supposed to be an earth-shattering kaboom. There's a few characters past series I liked in this game. Overall, I'm pleased with who they included. So far, I'm very pleased with who they included. I feel like Estelle, Joshua, Ren, even Agate and Tita, definitely great choices.
That one's dangerous. Stay alert. Threat level high. Nope. Wide open. Follow up. My turn now. Activating drive. All right. There.
Yeah, do you think Julia would have accompanied Chloe as well? But they did mention that she had other business, so I'm wondering what that could be. Putting the CS1 theme here is a nostalgic touch. It is. It's very I like that they included music from all the games, really.
Activating drive. It's my
Would have
turn.
been nice to see Kevin and Reese interact with Gaius though, and it would have been nice to see Wazzy as well. I would have killed to see Wazzy in this. But the game's not over. You never know. I'm glad that I'm glad we got our little Ren though. She is there. I'm happy.
Yeah. Yes.
Oh.
Commencing drive.
What's up, Dragon?
Are you okay? Thanks.
Not sure what my dream job would
My
be
turn
for
now.
sure, but I feel like it would involve video games, Magic, or some kind of card game in general, or talking. As many of you people who know me in person knows, I can't shut up. That is true, Neil. That is true. I'm not going to deny that.
My turn now. Activating drive. There.
Ren's improvement from all the other games. Ren's character development over these games has been one of my favorites. Hers has progressed since we found her in Sky SC. The one character that I feel that has the most growth has been Altina. For the little time that we've known her, she's had the most character growth that we've known so far in a short amount of time. I'm not saying overall, but in the shortest amount of time. What are we up to? We are getting some CP back
My
for our
turn
little
now.
Ren. And then
My turn.
we're going to continue on with these fights.
Wide open. Follow up.
This is the classical trail CP
It's
farm
my
before the
turn.
storm. As you know from all of my playthroughs, I like having full CP. It's just it's something about me. I like having full CP
Very well.
before I go into some fights.
Here I go. Cha!
It's my turn.
Right.
Left.
My turn now.
Here I go. Cha! Okay, let's keep moving.
Within 2 years, she's a totally different person. She is. Ooh, Seal 2.
Level up.
If it looks like I'm going into a boss and mini boss fight, I will farm everyone till everyone's full. Yeah, I just, there's something about it. Like, I don't like this.
Yeah, let's begin.
I don't like to have my gauges empty. If that makes sense.
Now then.
You just make the food. I did buy a bunch of the ingredients, but I just don't want to make the food yet. I'm saving it. I'm saving my food making until we actually get
Activating drive.
Here I go.
the other recipes.
Are you okay?
Thanks.
Super waifu party. This is a party, all right.
Yeah.
This is a party. Saving the food for New Game Plus. Yeah, I've used more items in this game than I have in any other one. And I mean like just normal items, not food.
Now then.
Here I go. Cha! Nope.
Right. Let's go.
Not a chance.
Ouch.
Back off.
My turn now.
It's my turn. There.
Yes. My turn now. Yeah.
Let's go.
Really? We're starting this all over again? 1 CP away from full.
All right.
Let's go. Very well.
I thought I left that in Sky.
Ha! Extermination complete.
Good soldiers here. I feel the same. Then you grow up and import this mentality into real life things to like never being able to being out of favorite foods. Life is all farming. I like farming. Friend of mine, well, my buddy that was here putting the floor down. He's playing I think it's Star Ocean First Departure R.
Yeah.
And he was telling me like he's camping in one spot to make a bunch of stuff. Like, yeah, that sounds about right. Yeah. She is a Sky character, yes. I like how Ren can go from full slaughter to being all ladylike at the end, right? All right. Heal up, then we'll be on our way to fights galore. What's up, Bull? How are you, buddy? We're doing fantastic. We're doing fantastic. I've been looking into the Gagharv trilogy. I have one game. The second game I can get. The third game is very expensive. But it's something that I will get because I do want to play the older Legend of Hero games. Yeah, Song of the Ocean is crazy expensive. Last I looked, it was like 250 Canadian. So if I do end up playing this series over and through again, which I plan on doing, in the future, maybe we'll add the Gagharv trilogy to the beginning. We'll do like the Gagharv trilogy and probably a game in between, then the Sky trilogy, a game in between. Go something like that there. Who knows? Who knows? We'll see. There's plenty of time. OST are really good for those games. I'm looking forward to playing them. I got my PSP all set up to stream, so. Oh, I gotta do, oh, okay. Here we go. Legend of Heroes Dragon Slayer? Which one is that? I'll have to look into that one, Bull. Oh, it's the OG. Is that the ones for like the SNES? Were there English releases? It was for PC. I'll look into them. I'll look into it. I do like my retro, so maybe that's something we can do as well.
Your Highness.
1989. I was 2.
There they are. Belle.
Oh.
Zephyr too.
I have 8 people on each side. They have to be split up into 4 groups.
And Lecter's with him.
Oh, Lord.
Damn, they've got us surrounded.
Sharon. So the 2 of you have come as well.
And the rest are on the other side.
Allow me to congratulate you all on making it this far.
Oh, yes, this is going to be fun.
But then again, I should expect no less from such an accomplished group of heroes.
You guys managed to take down Gareth's crew, huh? Not bad.
Well, technically speaking, they made more of a, shall we say, tactical retreat.
Impressive as it is, I'm afraid your luck has just run out.
Kind of funny how we all have this boy-girl split going on, though.
Not a whole lot of places for you to run here, unless you plan on getting through all that.
There's nowhere left to go.
I've got to buy guys some time. I have only one thing to ask you, Your Highness. You said earlier that the Chancellor himself was the one who put you up to this. Is that true?
Huh? What are you trying to say?
You caught on that fast, huh?
Sharp as always.
Of course it's true. I wouldn't lie about something like that. Though I suppose he didn't explicitly tell me to take down the ship and everyone aboard.
As I thought.
Hold on. This is insane.
So you're going to slaughter all these world leaders to jumpstart the war yourself?
Yes, that sums it up rather well.
Oh, this asshole.
But it doesn't have to be that messy. Surrender quietly, and I'll see to it your deaths are staged. Naturally, the tragedy will be reported as a cruel assault by the Calvardian army.
Wow. It's almost impressive how far off the deep end this guy's gone.
You'd stoop to staged lies and false pretenses just to start a war? Unlike your brother, it sounds like you've learned nothing from Hamel.
I see. So, you're one of the orphans of Hamel. Then you should know better than anyone. Our world is built on a bedrock of lies.
Oh, he's gonna go crazy.
Joshua.
Who cares about all that crap? Princey boy here wanted our help. So Lady Belle was like, hey, why not?
We procured the Crimson Ark at His Highness's request. After all, who are we to deny his command? The Grandmaster gave us the go-ahead, of course, but I've been looking forward to taking it out on a spin for a while now.
You really are a slave to your desires, aren't you? Must be a third Anguis thing.
Belle, what happened to you?
It's not like you're any better, fool!
Furthermore, the gender split between us doesn't wholly apply with you here.
Hmm? Oh, right. My bad. How could I forget?
Huh? Ugh! Enough of this meaningless prattle! They may have us cornered, but we have them outnumbered. And I, for one, refuse to back down. We'll fight no matter the odds!
Huh?
You said it! You're way off base if you think we're going down without a fight.
Agreed. The many dignitaries gathered here today are depending on us to ensure their safe escape.
We've got our own path to find. A third one, just like Reen said. We're not letting you close it off that easy.
Right. If it's do or die, we choose to do.
Lloyd. Joshua.
Ha! They're bringing out the inspirational speeches. Guess that means it's go time, huh?
Indeed. We won't let you get away with this, Your Highness.
Very well. Go ahead and stake your lives on a mere glimpse of hope.
You may have numbers, but we have power on our side.
Guess it's time for you young'uns to show us what you're worth.
You're still bright, yeah? The bracer? You don't look all that strong to me. But I bet that means you're hiding something nice under the hood. Let's see if I can get you to bear it all. I'd love a little taste.
Down, Shirley.
Excuse me? Whatever. We might have missed each other back in Crossbow, Bloody Shirley, but the only thing you're getting a taste of today is the business end of my staff. Maribel, ready to pick up where we left off 2 years ago?
Adios has brought me here so that I may finally set you straight. You're my closest friend, Belle. It's up to me to make you see the light. My. Since when did you two grow so determined? If you're so eager to oppose me, then fine. I'll relish hearing your sweet cries of agony.
Wow, I can't even tell which one of you is more twisted. Oh well, guess that means the friendly banter phase is over now,
About time. I'm ready to get down to business. I think I'll start by wiping that smug little smile off your face.
What's up, Victoria?
2 Knights of the Stall Ritter and the Severing Eclipse. We will stop you here. What a lively little get-together
Pain,
this
welcome
is
in.
shaping up to be. A shame we can't stop for a spot of tea. I really did enjoy the kind you served, Sharon. Why, Lady Wren? That banquet was 4 whole years ago. I'm honored you'd find it so memorable.
You seem to have grown considerably since last we saw you, Jubilee. But enough talk. It's time.
Yeah, do we get the
Begin
alley?
Radiant Star Formation. Let's go, Kruger.
Given your power, you should have no problem keeping up with us.
Of course. My strength is yours.
Oh, they can do this?
Wait, with her? But how? Formation or not, we'll take you down with all we've got.
Huh. Guess it can't hurt to play the prince's little game.
Indeed. However, this little game will influence the rest of the war.
Try and keep this entertaining for us, okay, Class 7?
Oh, believe me, you'll be in stitches after we're done with you.
If you're so intent on drowning this world in dissonance, then we'll just have to silence you.
My Jaeger days ain't behind me just yet. Not until we settle our little rivalry for good. Teams A and B, prepare to break through on both fronts. Goddess be with us. Together, we'll overcome every barrier in our way.
Right.
I love that Reen saying the barrier thing now. Oh. Seven out of 10 for that one. Are you enjoying all the main characters meeting each other? King Pain, it's worth playing every one of these games for. Second beer now. Sorry about this. Lloyd a bit ban Reen for those remarks. Do I have a plan? No. I don't. We're gonna try this. Oh. Yeah, okay, I'll go with that.
Man, what's the deal with all the dudes here? I don't know. Why does it matter, man?
They will make fine opponents regardless.
Reduce all enemies' HP. Okay.
Have a taste of this! Riot Flame!
EPCP cost 200%. That's fine. That's fine.
Yeah.
I've got this.
Not today!
Ready to go.
Hey, we're gonna do this.
Moving out.
Xeno and Lecter are so funny. Oh, the banter that some of these characters do is absolutely phenomenal.
Moving out.
Thank you. I don't get. Oh, they don't get. Oh, okay. It's nice you linked Josh and Ash. Kind of a family bonding time. I didn't try it actually.
Go berserk! Infernal Hunt!
Ready to go. There!
It's mine!
About time I got this started.
Eat steel! Berserker!
I missed his
just give
S-Craft.
up if I were you.
He has. I gotta keep him alive. I think he has mines that I'm gonna have to scan if it's like the ones in the other games.
Now, let's dance. I ain't done with you yet.
Sweet dreams.
How about a little fire?
Not today! Let's go.
Just as strong as I anticipated.
Have some of this. I see you.
For real?
Not today!
Ready to go.
Oh boy. Oh boy, Randy's confused. We better fix that.
Thanks.
Moving out. Let's do this.
Knew it wouldn't be that easy.
Got it.
La 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 la. Revive.
Thanks.
Let's go. Arcus, activate.
Here I go. Arcus, activate. Ha!
Thanks.
Here goes. Have some freebies on me. I see you. Moving out.
Well, I guess he's not going to do it.
There.
Sure.
See if we can have a bit of fun.
Very well.
Ready to go.
Sure.
Have some of this. God.
Hi, Kurt.
It was foolish.
Got it.
appreciate it.
I'll go through one more round. If it doesn't work,
I've got
I'll just end it.
My turn.
My turn. Moving out.
Go berserk! Infernal Hunt!
Moving out.
Sure.
Moving out. Got it.
Wow.
Very well.
My turn.
Moving out. Got it.
I got this.
One more
Moving
time.
out.
Let's go.
Guess
Have some
not.
of this.
Hi, Kurt.
I was foolish.
I'm not done yet.
Fine. We'll get you back up so we can give you CP.
I appreciate it.
He used to have mines. I guess he doesn't have them in this,
Ready to
but
go.
oh well.
I will
I'm done.
not falter again.
I missed this.
Ready? Pantegruel! Rest in peace. This ain't so easy after all.
I missed Phantom Raid.
We are the Blades of Ouroboros.
Now face us in all our splendor.
We will not hold back. Prepare yourselves.
I gotta watch out for Sharon because she can instant kill.
Now! Your assistance, please.
Yes.
Are you okay?
Oh wow.
What to do?
What to do indeed.
Listen, Evan Crystal. Now then, Arcus activate. Ha! Yeah!
It's my turn.
And nay, the shop.
Very well.
Time to get a little serious. Northern Lightning! That make you feel tingly?
Very well.
That's fine. That's fine.
Well then, shall we? I'm only just getting started. Prism Caliber! You've worn me out.
Sharon hiding that outfit under her maid uniform this whole time? I
My
think
turn now.
so. I think so. So after Brave Seed, okay, so I'm gonna do Brave Seed for the next fight. And what letter Bay to finish off Sharon by
It's time we entertained
a
our
lovely
guests.
party.
Round and round. Up you go. Let the party begin. I do hope you enjoyed yourself.
Impressive as always.
Thanks for confirming there are serious Trails questions for me.
Shirley, dear, how about we toy with them a bit?
Thought you'd never ask.
At least you two seem to be hitting it off.
Reduce Maria Bell's HP for completion. AP reduce all enemies' HP. Okay.
How careless of you! Nope. Wide open.
Follow up.
Nuh-uh. Yahoo!
Fuck. Oh.
My turn now.
Oh. Oh boy.
Yes.
Damage reduction.
Yeah.
Nope. Wide open.
Follow up.
Keep it up.
Thanks. Let's go.
Can I get just him?
Let's go. Yes. Let's go. Arcus, activate. My turn now.
He resists. Let's do. Yeah, resist all at 0%, right?
Aeon shield deploy. Let's go. Want to see what I got? Ha!
Oh, it gets everybody. Excellent.
Hope you're ready. Orbital driver to maximum output. Ether strike.
God lover.
Yeah.
How about this? Burn!
It's my turn.
What is yours? Oh. That makes more sense.
Here I go. This is it! Yeah! One more! I'll finish it! Excel
I figured you'd put up a
Gaming's
fight.
5. Thank you for the 9 months.
Nope. Wide open.
Follow up.
How about this?
Thank you for the 9 months.
Burn!
Stream, baby.
Nuh-uh.
Help me out now, would you? Alice, Shaw, Kanan, now, off you go.
Instant death?
Back off.
No. Okay.
It's my turn. Arcus activate! Yeah!
Don't give in.
Ooh.
Thanks.
Don't give up!
Thank you.
Ooh.
I appreciate it!
Thanks. Leave it to me.
Aeon shield deploy.
Yes.
Can't get 3 of those. Damn it.
Stay strong, everyone.
I appreciate it! Thanks!
Let's see how this treats you.
It's my turn! There!
Let's go.
Nice cozy robe thing. This is a hoodie. It's a
my
hoodie
turn.
and a blanket.
Commencing drive. Huh. My turn now.
I appreciate it. Thanks.
Want to see what I got? Ha! Ah! Ha! Too slow! Ha!
You can call it a Houdini, I guess. What's up, Drake? How are you?
Popcorn! Wheel of time!
This is it! Yeah!
Ah, hell with it.
One more! I'll finish it! Excel Breaker!
Hope you're ready.
I might not get Maria Bell with this. I will get Shirley.
Orbital driver to maximum output. Ether strike.
Ooh, now we're getting somewhere.
Let's see how this treats you.
This might be bad.
Nope. Wide open.
Never mind.
Follow up.
Keep it up.
Thanks.
Yes. Here I go. Take this. Ha!
It's my turn. There.
By flowing mana.
My turn now.
Oh. How delightful.
AP conditions met. Okay. One fight left. Yeah, I decided to go with a ranged evasion tank unit this time around.
Now then, time to annihilate you all.
You'd best give it everything you've got.
I'm done showing mercy. Prepare yourself.
Yeah. I'm up. Yeah.
It's Georg.
Let's go. Ha! I'm up. Ha! It's my turn.
Don't care what the name is, I still have the same question regardless. We gotta punch the others first? Exactly. Exactly.
Ha! It's my turn. Yeah.
Good job, Reen. Good job. Pursuing Reen to sacrifice him for the war, an accomplished sword fighter who readily uses orders.
I'm up.
Got it. $12 turns, 8 turns.
Hold fast! Black Tortoise formation! It's my turn! Ha! My mind is clear. My blade empty. Now! Ha! Ashen Slash! Shredded leaves! Ha! Go! Yeah! Right!
There it is.
Let's go!
It ends here!
Rising Sun!
Crunch.
Struggle in vain. Vermilion Fervor!
Oh, wow.
Take that!
See how it is.
My turn.
Love seeing Rising Sun in 3D. It never gets old. I love the S-Crafts in 3D that we only saw in 2D before.
Arcus activate!
My turn. Time to kick things up a notch! Moving out. Showtime! There! There!
Get out of here, George.
You're stronger than I expected.
Yeah! Huh!
Not on my watch! Ha! Take that!
My turn.
Well, yeah. About that.
Please, hear my song.
Thanks! Here we go! Fly away! Yeah! My turn.
Let's go.
I kind of find it odd that this game left this fight for the last, considering the previous fight had an Anguis and 2 Ouroboros members who were more dangerous and felt like the main event. Yeah, but I think it's because this one has 2 Awakeners in it.
Wreak havoc! Chaos Storm!
Right.
I'm up!
Now! Arcus activate!
Got you! Talisman Blade! Here I come! Let's go! Mjolnir!
Oh!
Alright!
I just missed 3 of them? Damn. What's up, Fabio? I mean 4? No, we're fighting against 2. Fighting against 2 Awakeners.
Showtime!
Huh. Let's go!
We'll do Burning Heart so we can keep that going.
Yeah! Good night!
Wouldn't be fun if you didn't put up the fight.
Oh, there's the yelling again. What's up, RPG for life? Too OP? I don't know. There's the yelling we missed.
Now!
Keep it up!
My turn. See? They're down!
There! Let's go!
I want to see it again.
It ends here! Tool? Rising Sun!
35,000 damage. Oh, that was some fights.
Well, we managed to meet up in the middle at least.
Yeah, but otherwise I'd say we're at a stalemate here.
These guys are a real pain in the ass. It makes for a killer photo op, though. These snaps are like gold!
Everyone grew a little.
They've taken countermeasures to ensure the Merkaba wouldn't be able to act.
So it seems. With all these guns trained on us, we'd end up taking too much concentrated fire.
Maybe we can just shoot down one of theirs.
I'm afraid that's not an option. They'd simply use it against us.
Agreed. They'd need only spin it as a declaration of war.
The Erebonian Intelligence Division is poised and ready to flood the world with misinformation. All they need is an excuse.
Then the Scarecrow's already at work. I'd expect no less from Osborn's right-hand man. We'll have to count on Richard and the others to stave them off.
Richard!
Indeed. Lecter, how did this happen?
We haven't seen Richard since the 3rd.
Brigadier General Bardius, shouldn't we go help them?
If Zephyr's out there, I should be too.
This is the perfect chance for me to knock some sense back into George.
No.
I need all of you to stand down.
It seems your worst-case scenario is upon us.
Sakura Morning Moon? No, what was this? The Ogre Slash? That was OP. People who haven't played the other games, who the hell is Richard, right?
I'm afraid so.
Mildine? No, you don't mean...
Major activity on the Glorious. There's something massive deploying on deck.
Oh no! I knew it.
No way!
What's up, Mac? How are you? Good to see you. It's those three.
Ions?
3 of them.
They look a little different from the ones we saw in Crossbell.
These must be their second models.
They're coming.
Max. Even though they're enemies, Max.
Remember your orders! Hold the line! You won't get us that easy! Take this!
Watch out! All ships, evasive maneuvers. Ah!
If we can just keep up the pressure.
Damn it!
Uh-oh. There goes the Merkaba.
Gaius! Rosine! Shit. Don't tell me.
It's coming.
Oh, a little flashy for my taste, but not bad.
Oh, come on. This is just overkill.
What magnificent power! Even greater than the Empire's divine knights!
Ooh, nice one, Lady Val.
I guess that creepy doll obsession of yours makes you pretty good at controlling ions, huh?
Oh, joy.
Why, naturally. A marionette is a marionette, no matter the size.
Instructor.
Are you gonna call him in?
Yeah. I'll leave everything else to you.
Heed my call. Valimar!
Come! Ordine!
Of course.
Those are divine knights?
They're even more impressive than I imagined.
Ah, finally bringing out
What's
your
up,
ace in
Upset
the
Coffee?
hole, huh?
However, we've accounted for this.
To me! Testarossa!
Come, Zector!
You missed Valibro's voice? So do I. Hopefully he gets it back before the end of the game.
2 more of them?
The Vermilion and Palatinate Knights.
Things are going great.
Prince Cedric.
You sure you're up for this, old man?
Well then, since we have this chance, how about we start the rivalries right here and now?
Hey, cool your jets there, little prince. Doesn't count if we're not in a shrine.
Oh.
The Ion Gamma. Seeing it from the other side of the battlefield.
It's overwhelming.
Having second thoughts? I really do pity you, Duvalie.
Hopefully you see now that you've bitten off more than you can chew.
He looks like 25. Damn, Crow. I don't think to shut your trap, Princey boy, but the yelling that he does.
Unfortunately, the situation will only get worse for you from here on.
Damn it, on our 6!
Check and mate!
Damn. This puts us in a real bind.
Oh,
what do we do
boy.
now?
Off your asses, everyone! It's time to move!
My patience has reached its limit. We need to help.
Hold on, guys. We're coming for you!
Let's find our way up to the deck. I can teleport us there. Hold on.
No, that won't be necessary. We have one final landing craft left on board. With it, you will make your escape, along with Her Highness.
I'll head to the deck. Be sure to recover Schwarzer and the others when the chance strikes.
But that would mean leaving you behind. Just tell us, Muse, what are you trying to do here?
Lady Mildine accounted for this, should things go south. And as it so happens, everything went just as she predicted. This is our contingency plan. All we're doing is putting it into play.
Everyone, it's been my pleasure to know each and every one of you. I ask that you give Instructor Reen and the rest of Class 7 my deepest regards.
Muse, what are you saying?
You intend to die here, is that it? We don't wish to die here. But dire straits call for dire measures.
Oh boy. This could have been all avoided if they held this big multinational meeting over Orbital Zoom, right? Man, their technology is getting
We'll
up there.
soon plot a course for the Crimson Arc. Ramming speed. There'll be no getting away for them, given the distance.
That's crazy. Even if you do take him down, an impact that massive, it would blow you to pieces.
Besides, what would the Viceland army do without its flagship?
And what of Mille Mirage? How do you expect it to go on if we lose all 3 of you?
Not to worry. Mille Mirage was set in motion the moment Lieutenant General Bright was named Supreme Commander. The Viceland Army's core forces need only await his orders, and I suspect Vita will come to their aid as well.
We're fully aware of how heavy a blow sacrificing this ship will be. But if it allows us to take down the Crimson Arc in turn, then as far as exchanges go, there are far worse moves to play.
Muse, Principal Le Guin. But why? Mildine. No, Muse. What reason is there for you to throw your life away as well?
It's only right that the one responsible for a plan that will kill millions joins them in death. I long ago decided to stand my ground with the generals, should it come to this. Though in truth, perhaps I'm simply not strong enough to bear all that grief.
Muse, you really...
As the Supreme Commander of the Viceland Army, I order you to evacuate this ship immediately.
Oh dear, from behind?
Notify all crew members. Prepare to execute Plan D.
As you wish.
Common Rider, thank you for the 69 bits.
Commence Plan D! For the glory of the Viceland Army!
Yes, my lord!
Yes, Your Highness!
The landing craft is in the hold directly below. Make your way to the elevator at once. Or else, goddess be my witness, I will cut you down right where you stand.
Shit.
You leave us no choice.
Actually, I don't think we have to go at all.
Huh?
Huh?
Kia?
Kia? What do you mean?
She's exactly right.
It's the old man!
Mr. Bright!
Suspend Plan D until further notice.
This course of action has already been discussed. I was under the impression we'd come to an agreement.
Indeed. You truly are a remarkable young woman. capable of influencing the very fate of the world itself. But it would seem both of us failed to give credit where credit was due, namely to the potential of the third path, and the wings which light its way.
Did you just say wings?
There's only one thing in Erebonia that comes to mind.
Yeah, they're coming!
I called
recognize
this.
that sound!
Wait, isn't that...
Now what?
It's getting closer.
Another enemy airship? No.
That ship, it's...
Come on.
Confirmed visual on enemy strike force. 3 ion units also confirmed.
Breaking into combat airspace.
Fucking
Ready to
call
execute
it!
Plan 07.
Then let us tarry no longer. Landing party, are you prepared?
That we are. You can just leave the rest to us.
We shall take care of things from here on out.
To think I get to bear witness to such a dramatic scene firsthand.
Such are the benefits that come with our roles on this stage.
Let's get to it already. Been a long time since I had the chance to get a little wild.
Attention all crew. Today marks the day of our maiden
Oh, he has an eye
voyage.
patch.
And what a day it is. But this grand blue yonder is no place for confinement. Let us show them we won't so easily dance to their tune.
Aye, aye, Captain.
I'll get the envelope in a minute. That's a new ship.
What is that thing?
Harbor Unit 2? Wait, no, it's...
What? Was it always that crazy huge?
Here they come! Hell yeah! Looks like the party's really getting started now!
Oh yeah! God, whip him into shape.
The hell'd you guys come from?
Hot damn. Talk about crashing a party.
Fear not. Your salvation has arrived.
Patrick!
And not just him.
Shara! That's right. I hope you haven't gotten into too much trouble without me. Sorry for dropping in out of the blue. I imagine it must be confusing for those of you I haven't met. My name is Sherazard Harvey, but some of you might know me better as the Liberlian Bracer Guild's Silver Streak.
You're back.
Her character model is
in the nick
amazing.
of time, too. You're Estelle's friend, aren't you? We heard you'd been missing for some time.
So you're okay after all?
Seems so. Though she's certainly not the only familiar face to drop in.
I have to say, you two are the last people I would have expected to show up.
Ha ha! You should know this by now. Where the spotlight goes, so too shall I.
I love Blue Blanc's voice.
Better late than never, I suppose. This should help even the scales.
Phantom Thief B?
Impressive. Being some kind of magic to stop the big guy here in his tracks.
I could learn quite a bit about being an Anguis from you. Perhaps you could give me some private tutelage sometime. Oh, I'm so sorry, but I'm afraid we're not quite on the same team here, so to speak.
What is even going on right now? I detect a layer to this that is beyond my comprehension.
Man, there's a lot I'd like to comment on, but now's not really the time.
You can say that again. It seems for once we're both on the same page.
How? How are you here? You were aboard the Courageous when it exploded. I saw it with my own eyes.
Who can say? Maybe Adios spared me just so I could come spoil your fun.
You're Instructor Reen's friend.
Good old Toval.
Sup, Reen? How you been? Good to see you too, Estelle, Joshua. I'm finally back from my little vacation in Gehenna.
Toval.
No way. I swear this better not just be a dream.
You're okay. I can't believe it.
Huh. You don't look like much of an immortal to me. Doubt you could have gotten revived.
Yeah. As far as I can tell, he's just a perfectly normal guy from head to toe. Unlike us.
You telling me a regular-ass guy like you survived a whole friggin' ship exploding?
That's right. Like I said, I had Adios there looking out for me.
It was that artifact.
Well,
they had another artifact
maybe
on there,
not
didn't
just
they?
Adios.
Well now,
No.
this doesn't quite match up with what we were told, now does it?
I'm starting to think someone played a dirty little trick on us.
It bears reminding that Master Toval was not the only passenger on the Courageous when it exploded.
Then... that would mean...
Ah, what a delight it is to know my memory lingers on in so many minds. Please, open your Arcus units and let your imagination become reality.
Yeah, it's like, hi, little bro. We need to talk. Now. Third RCL class high-speed cruiser, the Courageous 2. How'd they build it so quick? Or was it probably already in development? Ah, Mueller.
You'll have to excuse my aesthetic augmentation. Rest assured, before you sits the very same devilish rogue you've always known.
Ah, the best boy. Alpha's probably lying on the floor right now. She's probably gonna faint again. The only Vander we care about. Maybe. Yes.
Olivert! You're alive. You were alive this whole time. And there's Mint along.
Yeah, looks like they've got a few branch campus kids tagging along too.
Unbelievable. Looks like His Highness has got us beat.
Indeed. One might say he utterly outplayed us.
It's been a good while, Ring. I see you've gone through a bit of a makeover yourself. And just like yours truly, you're all the sexier for it, you handsome little rascal you.
He can still poke fun at it.
Your Highness,
I
can't believe it. You're really alive. But how? What in the world happened back then?
That's what we want to know. Why didn't you tell us? Do you have any idea how we felt when they came to LeBron and told us you blew up?
I can only imagine. And for that, I cannot apologize enough. The circumstances which forced me to secrecy were as entangling as a rose bush, and twice as prickly. But what does it matter? No remorse could hold us from the blooming jubilation of this long-awaited reunion of ours.
We can't argue with you there. Though I suppose this explains why Cher went off the radar.
Pretty much. I happened to randomly stumble upon some info about his survival. That was why I had to cut off all contact. We couldn't have information like that leaking out to just anyone. Not only for Olivier's sake, but the Courageous Twos as well.
Well, I guess that makes sense, but... Oh, sorry, Reen. We kind of cut you off there, huh?
Not at all. Honestly, I'm still trying to wrap my mind
Very,
around all
very
this.
stylish eye patch, yes.
I didn't expect to see you here either, Major Michael. Much less you, Lieutenant Colonel Mueller.
This is what I meant when I said I had plans of my own. It's been a fair bit longer for us, though, hasn't it, Schwarzer? A shame I couldn't say this sooner, but I'd like to thank you for all you've done for Kurt.
Mueller! Thank goodness you're all right. When I heard the 7th got disbanded, I didn't know what to think.
Ah, Kurt, there you are. I can tell you've gotten stronger since I last saw you, but I think it's best we set our family gathering aside for the time.
So many people on the call. This is what the whole Skype call thing is about, you know?
Indeed.
Mueller's a fucking goat. What's up, Neo? How are you?
I can't believe it. You survived after all. I'm so relieved. But I regret to inform you, Operation Jormungand is already underway. The same goes for that brazen meal mirage scheme. So tell me, Olivert, what could you possibly hope to accomplish with that overblown ship of yours at this point?
If I may hazard a guess, perhaps he's here to join Meal Mirage.
Alas, no. With Muse, Cassius, and all the other presiding dignitaries involved, Meal Mirage is in as good a set of hands as can be.
I, or rather we, have appeared before you today for one reason, and one reason only. To serve as the wings upon which deliverance to a third path is granted.
Cedric's an asshole. Let's just put that out there.
Jormungand and Meal Mirage. Two massive operations of unavoidable consequence. Yet amidst these titans is another force. Those unyielding in their hope that the twilight will soon give way to the dawn. Reen, Lloyd, and Estelle, and each of their companions that walk this path with them. Not to mention a multitude of others, all ready to lend aid to their cause. Across the continent, people of all walks are making the decision to follow their hearts.
I'm so glad we waited to do this tonight.
Thus, so too shall we, so that our wings may help them soar. And soaring high above the holds of Erebonia's curse, we will join together as one, to become the radiant rays of hope, piercing through the oppressive darkness of despair. To that end, I hereby name us. Not the crimson wings of the Civil War, nor the winds of freedom on the Western Front, but our third and greatest title, the Radiant Wings.
Yes. I think it was a 14-hour stream for me thanks to this scene. Damn. No, we reserve KFC for Final Fantasy. Kentucky Fried Chocobo.
Your Highness.
The Radiant Wings, huh? Not a bad name.
It has a lovely ring to it, doesn't it?
Huh. Didn't even take you 5 minutes to flip the whole damn script on us.
Finer words have never been spoken, O eternal rival of mine.
Whew, boy. The dead keep cropping up one by one. We really screwed the pooch here, huh?
Then why don't we go ahead and make things right? This little charade ends here. Members of the Society, exterminate them all.
What?
Your Highness!
Seriously? Haven't you had enough yet?
Well, why not? I'm always up for a bit of slaughter and destruction.
And there's nothing quite like putting a damper on someone's parade. I suppose we couldn't expect it to hold forever.
Shit, don't tell me.
It's engaging spatial annihilation. The Type Beta is switching to high-speed mode as well.
Oh boy.
Now you've
done
it!
Oh boy.
Enough chit-chat. Time to say goodbye.
Damn. It would seem they aren't bluffing.
Stop this at once, Cedric. Why are you still doing this? Oliver just came back to us.
Don't you see, Elfin? That's exactly why I must do this. I'm just as glad as you to see him alive again. But feelings such as that are only for the weak. We're ending this world and creating a new order in its place. And an undertaking this great leaves me no room for weakness. Chancellor Osborne entrusted me with a mission, and I swear, by my hand, I will carry it through.
I believe you've actually done quite enough for now, Your Highness.
I figured Daddy Osborne would be coming.
Huh?
That voice.
My, speak of the devil.
Chancellor Osborne!
Father.
Rufus, too.
Instructor Claire. Even you?
I come to you today from the Imperial capital. You'll have to excuse me for not attending in person. As for my fellow world leaders, President Rocksmith, Prince Albert, Princess Claudia, my warmest greetings to you all.
Yeah, the OG voice actor did an amazing job with Osborne.
You're the last person I expected to make an appearance here today.
Our greetings to
It
you
is
as
very
well.
noticeable.
A shame we couldn't meet under better circumstances.
I must apologize for not giving you prior notice of our visit.
Not at all, Your Highness. This airspace is a neutral zone. No permission is needed from the Erebonian government to enter it. Lieutenant General Cassius Bright. Just how long has it been?
Since your surprise visit to Liberl? About 3 years. Though it appears your people have been fervently active in our regional capitals in your stead.
You flatter me. Our work is nothing compared to that of your team from R&A Research.
Are they talking about the Erebonian Intelligence Division?
Yeah. Richard and the others have been struggling to counter their efforts.
I see the Special Support Section has chosen to attend as well. I do hope our dear Rufus isn't causing you too many difficulties.
Here and there, perhaps. Though I would very much like to establish a better working relationship with them wherever we can.
Uh-huh. Yeah.
What a barefaced liar. It's a pleasure to meet you again, Your Excellency.
I can't help but be reminded of our conversation at Orcus Tower 2 years back.
Ah, yes. When we spoke of the resolve needed in trying times. How very nostalgic. And last, but certainly not least, Prince Olivert, my deepest apologies. I scarcely realized just how gravely I'd underestimated you. I imagine even the Duchess and her cohorts must share in my sentiment.
Indeed. It would seem I'm not as keen as I thought myself to be.
That's quite enough flattery for today, Your Excellency. As it currently stands, we can no longer stop either one of these grand operations from commencing. And yet, as I've already declared, we will continue on as the Wings of Passage.
For Reen, Lloyd, Estelle, and every one of their allies. For I know in my heart of hearts that their light will shine through to the very end.
Your Highness, if we weren't sure of ourselves before, we definitely are now.
He's trying way too hard to sound cool.
Be my guest. You may flit around as much as you please. But know this. You have only 6 days before Operation Jormungand makes its move.
Huh? As one of the authors behind this plan, allow me to issue a declaration. The order to commence Operation Jormungand will be officially given at the stroke of noon on the 1st of September.
D-Day. The start of the Great War.
Indeed. And preceding it, an omen of epic proportions to which the entire continent will bear witness. The harbinger of the end of the world. The Great Twilight.
The same day will also mark the beginning of the rivalry of the Seven. Jaeger King Rutger Clausel, I hope you are prepared.
Sure am.
And what of you, 7th Anguis of Ouroboros, Arian Road the Steel Maiden?
I have no objections.
I must admit, I'm deeply interested in how you all managed to escape that explosion. But I can wait until a more appropriate time to satisfy my curiosity.
Oh, Georg's gonna hear it.
Then it's true.
Yeah. Though I bet the Phantom Thief had something to do with it.
Now, if I may have your attention, everyone. I'd like to present 2 individuals who deserve some recognition for their contributions to the rivalries.
Mother! And Professor Schmidt, too?
Oh boy.
So when you said you were leaving on business...
Hello. I suspect this comes to you as somewhat of a surprise. But I simply assisted with an off-the-record request from the Erebonian government. That is all. Miss Croyce, the professor and I have completed fine-tuning the device, as you asked.
Marvelous. The both of you have my utmost appreciation.
You can save your empty gratitude for someone else. I am simply working toward my own goals, nothing more.
Of course, of course.
What exactly are you planning, Bill?
Allow me to make one final introduction to our roster.
We're still
One
not done?
even we expected. And yet, one that will surely prove instrumental in setting the stage for the rivalries.
Uh-huh. Now that you mention it, I haven't seen McFirebro around in a while.
Yo, you called? Man, I love it when there's a time limit. Really gets the blood pumping, you feel me? But I ain't the star here. Hey, come on out already.
No way.
You gotta be fucking kidding me.
Viscount Arcade?
So this is what became of you.
I was curious how and where you'd managed to wander off after losing your left arm.
His left arm. Father. So you've turned even the Radiant Blade Master into one of your puppets then?
That would be wrong, for I am no puppet. I am Victor S. Arcade. I have lost neither my memories nor my sense of self. It brings me no small pain for us to meet again like this, Cassius.
Perhaps, but it's no small delight to know you're still alive as well. I can only assume this is the curse compelling you against your will.
Huh? Know something we don't, old man?
A similar case occurred in Liberl 3 years ago.
In Phantasma.
We encountered artificial copies of people who had the same memories and personalities as the originals.
You're trying to tell me it's happening all over again?
No, that was in the Recluse Cube. What we have here in Erebonia is something on a far greater scale than that.
Yeah, the curse is forcing Mr. Viscount to do whatever it wants him to. He's the strongest swordmaster in the Empire. That's why he was chosen to set the stage for the rivalries.
Precisely. All to create the best possible conditions for the resurrection of the Great One.
So that's how it works. It's almost as though the curse has a consciousness, a will of its own.
No, Father. So his skills as one of the greatest swordsmen on the continent are being used against him.
There's no need for anguish. These are nothing more than the whims of fate.
I still hear the cafe owner from Persona 5.
When next we meet, it will be as heralds of the rivalries. Reen, Laura, I expect you to put forth your very best when the time comes to pit steel against steel.
Catch you when the fun finally starts. We'll be waiting.
Let me explain.
Alrighty. Guess we'd best head out ourselves. Best of luck, Miss Maiden. If I see you again, it'll be between my crosshairs.
Very well. I will await that moment with bated breath. Ines, Anea, return to me. I will require you at my side once more.
Yes, my lord.
As you wish.
Ha! Busy times ahead for all of us.
Our final battlefield draws near. The very thought is enough to make the blood stir.
Just what kind of farce do all of you take this for? We aren't finished here! Not by a long shot! Who do you think you are, deserting your duty?
Sorry, kid. We got our priorities.
That's quite enough, Your Highness. The task you were given was a greeting, a show of formality and nothing further. Evidently, you have failed to understand that. I have to warn you against overstepping your bounds. Or must I remind you of your position as an Ironblood?
Your Highness.
Now, let us leave the matter at this.
He was told. Was almost expecting them to hijack Erica She would have been eager if she thought it could help her take care of agate problem. Wow. Jeff, I am old in Japanese years, so I'm defecting to Ouroboros. Please hold my seat until Cold Steel 4 is over. I will be known as Daffodil Daramus, and I use twin flintlock muskets in battle, and have a piss yellow divine knight.
Return to Heimdall for now, Your Highness. There yet remains an important role you must play.
Understood.
Boss, Zeno, Leo.
My lord. Ouch! Bet Princey Boy's gonna sulk on that one for weeks.
Yep.
Looks like the party's over now. What a shame. I was having so much fun.
I do hate to cut our engagement short, but I believe it's time we made our exit.
Understood.
See you around, guys! Continue on with your struggle, vain as it may be. I want to relish making you squirm before we finish you off for good.
Now, if you'll excuse us.
Hey! Wait for me! We gotta get out of here! 6th and Hens Jaeger Brigade, fall back! Get moving!
Belle, just how far will you take this?
There's so much that went on in that scene.
Too?
Guess we won't be settling the score this time around.
We'll go ahead and see ourselves out, too.
George! So you're gonna leave without saying a single thing? Again?
Don't worry. We'll be able to settle things soon. But don't expect any mercy from me when that happens.
Right. Real convincing.
George, or would you prefer I call you Georg? Either way, I owe you my thanks.
You can keep them. Farewell.
Man, that guy really isn't cut out for this.
Look who's talking.
Exactly. You're no different.
Oh,
Whoa.
shit.
Didn't realize you guys were keeping demons up in that ship.
Oh, Lecter. I can only guess who you're referring to.
Still, it really is wonderful to see you again. It's been so long since we last met at the trade conference.
I won't even bother scolding you anymore, Lecter. All I ask is that you promise me one thing. That we'll still have a class reunion, no matter how this all ends.
Leo wants just the same. Jill and Hans do too.
Sheesh. You guys just can't learn to let it go, can you? Fine. I'll bite. Now, making a promise cost me nothing, after all. You just gotta promise me that you survive long enough to get there.
Of course. The same goes for you.
I'll be waiting, with a fist curled and ready to knock some sense back into you. So be prepared.
I would love to see that.
I'm glad everyone was able to have this chance to see each other one last time. With this period of relative peace nearing its end, may each of us give every last ounce of our strength in the coming days. And Reen, you have a decision to make. Will you give in to your cursed destiny? Rebel against your fate? Will you simply flee? Or will you continue to struggle with every fiber of your being until you have seen this abyss of despair through to the end?
Whether we'll ever meet again, I can't say for sure. But if we do, I guarantee you'll have no doubt about which path I've taken.
My goodness, His Excellency certainly is impulsive. Farewell, everyone. May you enjoy what little time you have left before the end of days is upon us.
I pray that you all have a safe journey home. Be assured that neither the Imperial Army nor Ouroboros will interfere with your return.
On that note, you are also free to go and visit His Majesty at his bedside, should you so desire. As for you, Lloyd, I have temporarily suspended your arrest warrant. I imagine you'd like a chance to visit those dear to you. Far be it from me to hold you from your final farewells.
Wait, really?
Think of it as my personal apology to you for Operation Birdcage. We will be recalling our troops from Michelin as well. Why don't you enjoy yourselves there one last time?
How nice of Rufus.
I'd like to thank you for the consideration, though not half as much as I'd like to deck you in the face.
Instructor Claire.
They're always so difficult to get through to.
Well, this has been a most productive encounter. I don't know if I trust them to not interfere with our return, so we'll be taking our leave as soon as possible. I wish you all the best of luck in the coming
Go to hell,
days.
right?
May each of us do our utmost, no matter what path we've chosen.
I shall find a way to pay my respects to His Majesty before setting a course back home. With that, farewell for now.
Princess Elphin, Lady Mildine, and General Le Guin, congratulations on rallying so many to your side this day. As for Reine, Lloyd, Estelle, and all the rest, may Adios give you her blessing, wherever your endeavors might take you. And once again, Prince Olivert, I can't express enough how much of a relief it is to see you alive.
Always a pleasure brightening your day with a bit of bewilderment. And Cassius, though we walk different paths for now, perhaps we could meet for a drink one day. I imagine Zin would be eager to join.
Ha! I'll be sure to take you up on that. Estelle, Joshua, Ren, Sherazard, Agate, Tita, we shall meet again. Take care of yourselves, as well as each other.
For sure. We may not be on the same team exactly, but good luck all the same, Dad.
You better not get beat by some Imperial hotshot, you got it?
You can leave any matters in Erebonia to me. I'll make sure to be close in touch with Sarah.
The Society's at work all over the continent. Be careful out there, Dad.
We'll let you know if we discover anything about their plans.
Be careful, Mr. Bright. You too, Chloe.
Not the voice I imagine Cassie's having. It's not the voice I imagine some of the characters having.
Agreed. Not just the battles themselves, but the entire situation.
Yeah. Having the fate of the entire continent at stake can get a little overwhelming.
Huh. Don't go wussing out on us just yet. We're finally in the home stretch.
Yes, that we are. Oh, Muse. You changed your clothes back.
So I have. I suppose we should count ourselves lucky things ended up as nice as they did.
I swear.
Cutscene was an hour and a half. I'm some glad that we never done this last night.
Muse? You don't really think your signature sweet smile will be enough for us to forgive you, do you?
Huh?
I was about to ask just the same.
You were about to pull some real wild shit back there, weren't you?
Just so you know, we overheard your conversation on the bridge. I need to have more than just a few words with you, as your instructor.
Yes, Instructorine.
That was strangely meek of her.
What, you sick or something? More so than usual, I mean.
I'd say she realized she went a bit too far this time around.
Though perhaps we're partially to blame for all the pressure we've placed upon her.
Such is the folly of youth, wouldn't you say?
Fastest haircut ever. Yeah, they just fall out. It's the downside of going from games with little to no voice acting to games with voice acting. I'm sure one of us would have told you that the next pair of scenes are long long one. I don't really like to know that. So, but yeah, it probably, it was like 1:30 in the morning for me. Sometimes the voices never match what you think they would. Not really. You think they have a certain voice, like Ren, for example. I didn't think her voice would be like that. Now, her voice actor's not bad, but I thought she would have a different voice in this game. I'm sure Muse would be okay with a few words in private, in a private room, Marine. Get ready for a spank. Oh, she's gonna get a spanking, all right. She's gonna get told off too.
Olivert, it pleases us all to have you grace us in good health, Your Highness.
You'll have to direct your thanks to the many others who helped this come to pass. Our endgame is nigh, Reen. Should you wish it, my wings are prepared to lift you to a new path.
It would be our honor, Your Highness. But before that, on behalf of us all, welcome back.
It's good to be back. Now then, ladies and gentlemen, Liberlians, Crossbellans, and Erebonians alike, welcome aboard the second successor of the high-speed cruiser Arcee, the Courageous 2.
We finally finished the act. Can we make Oliver King already? Amazing how much of an effect Oliver had in every game, almost. Yeah, he's been in pretty much every game. I think the only one he hasn't been in is 0. I would have been very tired last night.
Yay! Your rank went up! Here's a gift from Her Highness.
Stragas, keep him away from Estelle.
Oh, wow! You really outdid yourselves.
Excellent. Envelope time. I'm going to use the washroom right quick because I've been having to use the washroom for the last hour. And then we will, I'll grab the envelope because it's back there somewhere. I'll open up the envelope and show people. I'll be right back, folks, and we'll continue with, I guess it's Act 3. So I have a problem. Can't find the envelope. But do I have? Do I have a picture of it? I did take a picture of it, didn't I? I think I did. Pretty sure I did. I did, okay. Hold on, let me, I gotta get this on my computer. It's gonna be hard to read when it's, okay. It's here somewhere. It's here somewhere. It's just I had to move stuff today because I was moving my setup and somewhere. But anyway, I took a picture of it. Oliver is the only character with appearances 8 of the first 9 games, though you can sort of credit Mueller for the same if you can him getting some voice lines over a still image in Cold Steel 3. This is true. Hopefully not entombed under your floor. People will be I'm just gonna save it. Theory. There's OBS. Add. Image. Browse. Theory. Now this is gonna take up the whole screen because this picture is massive. Old Thor students are cooperating with another secret party. Oliver, Viscount Arcade, and Toval still alive? Question mark. Somehow survived the Courageous' explosion. On Xerox paper. The game foreshadows too much. You knew it? Oh yes. It wasn't really hard to tell, like everyone surviving the Courageous explosion was heavily foreshadowed with Angie surviving being shot. Yeah, I could see that, Zach. But it's kind of different for Angie because You don't hear anything of Angelica after she's shot until you go to the Black Workshop. I kind of figured Oliver wouldn't die that way. If they were going to off him, they would probably have given him a better ending than that. Yeah, I think so too, Moss. They really wanted the shock factor. The empty coffins comment at the beginning was such a giveaway. We know what that means when nobody sees a body. They really should have left that line out. Yeah, I agree, Jim. I agree. When Osborn said something about him when Reen got out of the Black Workshop is when I fully knew you had figured it out. It's not hard. This is why the whole there's no foreshadowing in chat. That's why, like, if you see a message deleted that could foreshadow something, then yeah, that's why. I can piece it together pretty well. Kind of wish they did not do the whole mask thing again for the Viscount. Yeah, if he's being controlled by the curse because he's the strongest swordsman in Erebonia, I don't understand the mask. Because it means that they're not really controlling him. The curse is controlling him, but he shouldn't need a mask. It's weird. Anyway, let's start the next section. That was some phenomenal writing, by the way. And wow. Time will tell. Yeah, time will tell. That's where, Zach, is where the mask is not. The mask is different. The mask serves no purpose right now because the gnomes are not controlling him. The curse is controlling him. He was jealous of Oliver getting a cool new accessory and wanted his own. That's fair. My other problem, the mask contradicts stuff for the plot. Makes him look evil. Yeah, it makes him look like he's on a different side. Okay, let's continue. That was great. We have a lot to do in 5 days. Oh boy. That's a big ship. Just a few upgrades, yeah. A model kit of this ship would be a fantastic. Yes. And the music for it, oh, fits it so well. Seeing Thor's new and old come together under this one flagship is absolutely stunning.
Despite being a new model of ship, the system you see here largely emulates that of the previous Courageous.
Malcolm does a damn good job of putting the right music with the scene for the most part. I agree. There was some instances in Sky where I was like, the music don't fit. I think the old Thor students supporting another party has also been foreshadowed with the fact that 70% of them went missing after, and that's what got me to think that way, Zach, is they went missing, but they ended up showing up. Some of them ended up showing up, or like scenes of them in the background watching Reen and the other students do their thing. And they had to be coordinated with someone.
Our operations manual only covers the bare minimum. Should you find anything lacking, you'll have to figure it out as you go.
Wow, thanks, Michael.
Understood. I'll make sure to pass it on to everyone else.
In total, it spans a length of 92 Arj, a considerable step up from the previous 74 Arj class. However, because the ship is so much bigger, you'll need to carefully watch the speed and engine output.
Ha! So she's a wild one, eh? Sounds to me like this girl's gonna need a bit more taming than the last one.
This terminal should give you complete command over all the ship's facilities and fire control systems. It comes equipped with anti-hacking measures, specially developed by Professors Albert and Erica Russell themselves.
You mean Mom and Grandpa made it? We should have no problems then.
Incredible.
Peyton is amazing. That's how I learned to operate a computer. Vincent and Edel and Ortis, I think it was during the opening scene. Yeah, but Vincent and Edel were part of CS4 anyway. That's who they were meeting. It was Patrick and Vincent's sister. I forget her name off the top of my head now, but that came to the rescue. Ferris, yes, thank you. Ship is automatically targeting Agate. Gotcha.
And that computer's one of the Epstein Foundation's next generation models. Weren't they only just developed?
That's right. And its hull has the latest innovations in hydrodynamic engineering, courtesy of the Ruhr Institute of Technology. Plus, it seems to be outfitted with ZCF's newest next-gen orbital engine, too.
It only gets more and more unbelievable every time I hear it. Just how did you manage to construct a cutting-edge ship like this abroad in total secrecy, without anyone finding out?
As I stated earlier, there are a great deal of individuals who helped me make this happen.
I'm gonna say this now. Two of them are a thing.
Such as Mr. Gwyn here, for instance.
They have been since like Sky. That's just thoughts. Ah, Gwyn.
Mm-hmm. The story here goes all the way back to right after the Civil War. Considering the way it ended, His Highness decided to approach me for some advice.
What's up, Eckert?
He had me prepare this ship for him, all in anticipation of the day when the Crimson Wings would be torn from the sky.
So that's why.
Huh. I do remember His Highness mentioning something about you being his advisor.
Still, for the construction site to be located on the Kingdom of Liberal's Valeria Lakeshore, they're using the old Ouroboros headquarters. And on top of an old Ouroboros secret base to boot. Talk about a plot twist. You're referring to the research facility that the Faceless constructed during the incident in Liberal? I heard that after the dust settled, it was handed over to the ZCF to manage. It does seem like Grandpa and the others used it for some kind of research. So not just Gwyn and Professor Schmidt pitched in, but Professor Russell and Her Majesty Alicia too? Whereas Cassius and the Crown Prince were none the wiser. If you want to fool your enemies, you gotta fool your friends first, huh? Classic. As for funding, in addition to His Highness Olivert, Gwyn and His Majesty Eugent also contributed from their personal holdings. But perhaps the most unexpected benefactors were Father and Marquis Rogner. Indeed, quite a cunning play by those two. I imagine that keeping this from the Albareas was all in the name of avoiding the eye of the Intelligence Division. Yes, the same with the Cayennes, I'm sure. And so, your new set of wings were completed independently of both the government and the Viceland army. When I said we were preparing for our original wings to be torn away, I only expected they'd be commandeered by the government. To be perfectly frank, the thought that they would be physically torn apart never even crossed my mind. This isn't a laughing matter, for the record. Indeed, just being alive is reason enough to give thanks to Adios, even at the cost of a left eye. Your Highness? I hate to ask, but what's the prognosis? A full recovery doesn't seem to be in the cards, unfortunately. But as a musician, I'm just grateful that my hands and ears made it through in one piece. I suppose I have them to thank for that, huh? So you owe your life to George's inner turmoil and the whims of that phantom thief, huh? You have an unbreakable spirit, Your Highness. Don't sell yourself short. Didn't mind Oliver in the past games without the eye patch, but I think he looks better with it. I think so too. It gives him character. Will I update the emote with an eye patch? I could.
I underestimated them. Shara, I'm sorry.
Sorry, Ein. Looks like I messed up.
Goddess, please protect my daughter.
You have 15 seconds until the hull collapses. So before then, I will offer you one final wager. A gravitational barrier will appear on the bridge for exactly 24 seconds. Let's see if you can come back from this.
Ah! Adios, help us! You gotta stay calm.
Get down and brace for impact.
Over there!
Damn! The gravitational barrier.
It's not gonna hold.
Don't give up just yet.
Well, that's how he lost his arm.
Was I a moment too late? Nay, surely a flicker of hope yet remains. Can you still be plucked from the jaws of Gehenna? Show me just how far that luck of yours will take you, my dearest rival.
Drunken Russian roulette and somehow wins every time. That's why he's best boy. I still can't believe that our friend, the Phantom Thief, saved you all from the wreckage. Guess his parlor tricks are good for something, if that's what he used to spirit everyone away in one piece. No wonder they couldn't find so much as a single body. On top of that, he healed His Highness, the crew, and even the Viscount's grave wounds, didn't he? That's right. I was injured too, but somehow I made it out relatively unscathed. When the Viscount jumped in to block the hole in the barrier, I couldn't even use my arts to help him. I never felt so worthless in my entire life. I'm sorry, Laura. I dropped the ball when it mattered most. Like I've told you, Toval, You have nothing to apologize for. I'm just relieved you made it out alive. I'm sure Father shares my sentiment. Well, if you say so. I admit I thought Viscount Arcade more or less invincible. I was stunned, speechless to see him in that state. But for him, losing his left arm means he'll just swing twice as hard with his right. Power is but an extension of oneself. And what is a sword if not power wrought in steel? But ultimately, it's not the might of one's blade, but the will and strength of spirit that decide the battle. The words of his lordship from the infernal castle 2 years ago. Just so ridiculously cool. Okay, edgelord. Given who we're talking about, I expect he'll only emerge stronger from the experience. If that's the case, this could well become the most difficult trial we've faced yet. I'm inclined to agree. I'd be prudent for us to account for every contingency. There's also the promise we made with Lloyd, Estelle, and the others. True that. We can't let them best us. What exactly is Rose up to? Sorry about my grandmother. She has a way of being evasive. I definitely was a little surprised by how sudden that all was. If it involves the rivalries, though, the only thing to do is go and check it out, right? The previous evening, after Rena and the others had boarded the Courageous Two and had been shown around, they began discussing the next steps they should take, considering that the war would begin in less than a week. In the middle of their conversation, however, they received a call from a rather unexpected party.
For those of you who have not yet had the honor, my name is Roselia Milstein.
Falcom removed Earthguard and Wall, so that wasn't an option. Nope. The fact Victor's alive takes away possible character development for Laura. Yeah. Thinking about that, Dan? Yeah, it does.
I am the elder of Erebonia's Hexen clan. Emma and Vita are my disciples in the magical arts. It is a pleasure to finally meet you, Prince Olivert, as well as the storied children of Crossbell and the Burl.
How do you do? Until this moment, I'd only heard of you through rumor and legend. I've heard that you watched over the laying of Erebonia's foundation by Arnor I. Is that really true? Well, actually, that was my predecessor. It was Emperor Hector and Prince Dreichels who I was best acquainted with 800 years ago. I cannot say the family resemblance is all that strong in you, but you definitely have a familiar fire in your heart. It's quite an honor to hear you say so. I've heard about Roselia from Ren. 800 years old. Even seeing it with my own eyes, I can't quite believe it. I've heard a few things about those of you back there as well. Glowing tales from Ragnar and Zeit both. Wait, what? Ragnar? For real? We haven't seen Zeit since. We spoke shortly before they vanished. Even I had no idea of their whereabouts now, however. That's a shame. From the sound of it, Cassius doesn't know either. Ragnar, the ancient dragon, and Zeit, the divine wolf. Two of the beasts entrusted with overseeing the Septarians.
Indeed. Beings sent forth by Adios, much like the holy beast of Earth. Thomas
Thomas.
Second Dominion of the Gralsritter. Estelle, Lloyd, I've heard many a rumor about your respective endeavors. As for you, Your Highness, I don't think we've had the chance to talk since you were last at the main campus.
And to think that you, a history teacher, are a dominion of the Gralsritter. I must say, I was quite frustrated that I was unable to see what was really going on, despite my ties to Kevin. I see. So I guess that means you heard about us from Kevin and Reese. And it sounds like you learned about us from Wazzy, right? Right. We're having all of them operate outside of Erebonia at the present. I love that they're including the characters even though they're not present in the game right now, or they're laying foot of them in the game as they're in other parts of Zemuria. Can I turn Victor into a demon like the guy in Zero? I don't think so. Rosalia out there inviting Ragnar and Zeit over for tea? I can see that. Yeah, Kevin. They're out there resisting Ouroboros and their allies working toward the Great Twilight in secret. I like that they give reason why they aren't physically in the game. Yeah. Church game with every Dominion as a party member, please, Falcon. Filbert, I want it. I'm drawn to like the Gralsritter for some reason. I like Kevin as a character. Wazzy is phenomenal. And then having Gaius and Thomas in there too, and then you have Ein. Oh. Envelope Theory, Jeff is a part of the Gralsritter, and the tire shop is a cover for his real activities. Yes, I am the secret 13th Dominion. Onion Graham. Nice to acknowledge the players that have been involved in the overall arc. Exactly. We already have Kevin as the main character. Why not Ein? I think they're going to do an Arteria arc. They still don't know where they're going to take this afterwards, so. These moments is what made me glad I started with Sky and did Crossbow before playing Cold Steel 3 and 4. So cool to see them all together and have updates on those that didn't make it. Exactly, Eckert. And I said this when we boarded the Pantegruel and had the meeting last stream. This was definitely worth playing the previous games for. Onion Graham, take me by the hand. Lead me to the land where you can't trust the green-haired man. Wow. Imagine an epic battle between Ouroboros and the Gralsritter. Either every single member on both sides. That would be that would be amazing, Shadow King. Although I think there's going to be more Ouroboros members than Gralsritter, because there's only 12 Dominion. Now, if you count their knights, that like Rosine and Reese, yeah, I think you can do it. The 1st, 4th, 5th, and 6th Anguis. It seems the enforcers who haven't come to Erebonia are also all out of operations. Looks like the intelligence division's been active in other countries too. They're making some pretty serious moves. The Red Constellation's main regiment and the War God too. So Uncle Sigmund is finally on the move. Yes, Arios and Rishia are responding to their actions. It's the same with Noel, Chief Sergei, and Dudley, isn't it? I hope they're all okay. To be honest, things are looking fairly grim. So much so that the Papal Guard has begun to act on its own and is cooperating with Operation Mil Mirage. I suspected as much. Now is truly not the time for them to be going off on their own like this. Even during the Night Touched affair 200 years ago, the Papal Guard managed to make a nuisance of themselves. For the time being, though, let us focus on the main issue at hand, the rivalry of the Seven. I have been closely monitoring the disturbance in the spirit veins, and there has been a surprising development. As soon as the commencement date for Operation Jormungand and Mil Mirage was announced, activity in the spirit veins reached a fevered peak. Though the reason why is still unclear, it seems the announcement itself is connected to the spread of the disturbance. What? What? You mean the spirit veins reacted to today's events? The boss moving out might be related too. Yes, as well as my father, the Steel Maiden, and the others. This probably involves Mother and Sharon too. And Maria Bell. She seems to be working with RF somehow. The Knights and the Pope, yes. Come on now, we're secretly gonna find out Anton is like the greatest character of Trails. Maybe the Pope can join too. Everyone loves a good fighting Pope. First time go around for myself as well, loving it too. Props to you reading all out loud. I'd be parts. Oh, you don't even realize, Albo. I drink so much water afterwards. It's crazy. How are you? I hope you're enjoying this as well. There are likely many causes, but we now have a different grave situation on our hands. Meanwhile, spirit veins across the entire continent have begun activating. It's no longer limited to the Empire. Oh boy. Wait, what the hell? The disturbance was initially a gradual ripple outward from the Empire, but it seems to be matching the coming war in its scope. Right, that's the Great Twilight at work. They need it in full swing for the rivalries to even be possible. I imagine, even now, they're preparing for the ultimate reformation of the Great One. If only there was something we could do.
The solution is simple. Use this ship to whatever end you see fit.
I didn't see that coming. If the Pope doesn't fight with a giant cross, what's even the point? Or I guess a giant chalice in Adios' case. It could be the chalice with the weights. The mark of the Dominion. Possibly. I don't know.
The rivalry of the Seven appears to be the true objective behind this plan of the Chancellor and the Gnomes. That much we can safely assume.
I love this song.
And yet, it is this very same objective that may be our sole hope in preventing the disaster to come.
You for real here? It's true that ever since this curse was unleashed, it's felt as though everything's being guided by some unseen force.
This is also a great song. Guardian of Twilight, thank you for the 10 sub gift bomb. Thank you. Very much appreciated. Thank you so much. Wow. I was defeated as the boss, but I am now the new boss. Boss? Boss. Guardian of Twilight, thank you for the 10 sub gifts. This is very much appreciated. Ooh.
With that in mind, it'd be near impossible to try and prevent the war altogether.
If you did get a gift sub, make sure to thank them.
That's probably why Dad and Chloe opted for Operation Mil Mirage instead.
And enjoy the ad previewing of those lovely emotes.
But while we're on it, what exactly is this curse anyway?
We know full well the sort of strife a Septarian can cause. We saw so ourselves during the incident in Liberl a few years back. There,
We had to come face to face with the same issues our ancestors contended with 1,200 years ago.
It was the same for us. We fought back against a centuries-long plan to artificially recreate a Septarian. One that had been lost due to mankind's own hubris.
Yeah, I almost made a really big mistake back then. But then Lloyd and the others came and made everything all right again.
In Liberl, a ring that could grant any heart's desire, and in Crossbell, a tree that could rewrite destiny itself. Each one a blessing, yet each one a curse. But in spite of that, Estelle, Lloyd, and everyone else faced them head-on. They didn't lose heart even once.
Therefore, discovering the truth is your responsibility now. It's not something Estelle, or Lloyd, or even the rest of us can accomplish. Only you, Class 7 of Thor's Military Academy.
The Empire's facing threats both on its surface and behind the scenes. You're no strangers to kicking tail on either of those fronts. I can't think of a more tenacious bunch out there. The way I see it, you guys are the only ones who can do this.
It's up to us then.
Of course, the first image they show is Machias and Eustace at each other.
Naturally, the Courageous Two has its own missions to see to. We must travel around the country helping people and gathering allies. Even so, I have no doubt that we can still serve as your wings of passage. More so with the Merkaba out of commission. After all, the difference in size should be more than enough to fit, oh, say, 2 Divine Knights and 4 Panzer Soldats?
Olivert.
You've put so much thought into this. We appreciate it.
Then Thor's Military Academy's Class 7 would be honored to take you up on that offer, Your Highness. We'll do everything we can to assist you in your efforts as fellow members of the Radiant Wings.
We'll help too. It's only fair after all you've done for the branch campus students.
If you ever need someone to make that ship purr, I'm your gal.
Oh boy.
Fabulous! Delighted to have you. You see, we've been rather lacking in the crew department.
Well, I sure as hell ain't sitting this one out. What kind of instructor would I be otherwise?
Count me in too. I mean, we're finally all back together again.
I'm waiting for Elliot to go, what?
Like we said, we're gonna be off doing our own thing, but we'll still be helping out.
Same with us. We'll be catching a ride on the Bobcat too after we're done here.
Now that you mention it, you did both say you'd be working separately.
Yeah, the plan is to cover Eastern Erebonia, North Ambria, and Jirai.
You mentioned getting in touch with HQ in Le Mans. Guess that means you guys are heading out too, huh, Shara?
We are, though we won't be leaving the ship until tomorrow.
Sarah, Fee, you guys got things covered here, yeah?
Of course. When have we ever let you down?
Call us if you need anything, okay?
I guess this is goodbye for now then, huh?
Yeah. We've got some stuff to take care of back in Crossbell.
Don't worry. We'll be seeing each other again before you know it. In the meantime, let's give this our all.
Yeah! We got this, Yuna!
Right!
Seems like we'll be able to divide things up by region then. You should be able to leave everything with the Merkaba Unit 8 up to Rosine, Gaius. I'll be arranging for its repairs at a nearby location. I really am in your debt, Thomas. You too, Rosine. Thank you. No worries. Please look after everyone. It will not be easy, but our shred of hope has come into view. The time has come for me to undergo my final undertaking. Grandmother? What do you mean, final undertaking? Listen well, children of Class 7. As noted, the spirit veins throughout the land are activating, and they are disordered as they've never been before. The same can be said for the shrines, the stages for the rivalries. This includes the Luna Shrine. The only shrine we witches have overseen since ancient times. The Luna Shrine. Isn't that close to Milsante? Yes, It is the location of the reflecting pool, and generation after generation of wandering witches have watched over it. This pool reflects the genuine truth, and it is believed to be connected to the origin of the Black Records. I didn't expect to hear those mentioned here. Yes, I myself was just told about it the other day. I suggest anyone interested in the real truth behind the curse to come. I swear on my true name, I shall provide the answers to your doubts, rest assured. To do so, however, I will require Class 7 to undergo a trial of sorts. You will need to come along as well, Celine. Oh, and fair warning, your human form will be required for this. Huh? Grandmother? My little Ren's gone already. First order of the captain, throw Angie off the deck while in mid-flight. But she's piloting this ship. We can let her pilot the ship. We thought the Luna Shrine was a dead end, but there was more to it after all. This will be a trial for the entirety of Class 7. I'm reminded of our adventures in the old schoolhouse 2 years ago. Ah, you mean where everyone first met Valimar? Yeah, and then that crazy go-nuts corridor appeared at the end. Rivery Corridor. Knowing what we know now, I think that place is yet another sort of shrine. I don't know what my grandmother's intentions are, but we should prepare ourselves for anything. Crying out loud, I'm not even part of Class 7. Just admit it already, Celine. You're one of us, whether you like it or not. This will be the first time we've seen your human form since the Black Workshop, huh? Ah, to gaze upon both Celine's lovely figure and the reflecting pool in the same day. What a fortuitous timing. Once everyone's done their little tour around the Courageous 2, we can head for Lake Gala. It would probably be wise to land out on the water, to put a little distance between ourselves and Milsante. Learning to switch between the silent navigation and optical camouflage modes is going to be crucial here. Understood. Things are starting to heat up. Next, our plan is to head ashore, with each group making their approach from the target locations. Fortunately, Estelle, Lloyd, and the others are already a step ahead of us in gathering intel. I'm sure they'll have hit on something useful by the time you get out. We'll be expecting good news, guys. But seriously, though, take care of yourselves out there. Right, that goes for you, too. It means so much to know you've got our backs. Class 7, it's time to make your preparations and set out. We'll need every pair of hands we can get around the ship, so those of you in a position to pitch in, please do so. Absolutely, instructor. Did she get told off yet? Makes sense. Even with everyone from the branch campus here, this is a pretty huge ship. Right. It's probably best to make one more round, just to be sure. Act 3. Seekers of the Dawn. Courageous 2 is a newly constructed ship, but something about it feels nostalgic. Maybe I'll do one final sweep around the floor myself prior to departure. Alright, I need to find everyone going ashore and wish them luck again. Each floor has an elevator that you can use to move to other floors. You can select floors previously with a quick travel menu. Sure. She's in the party. Cat. 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 A new model orbital computer. It doesn't seem to be displaying anything at the moment. Note for the moment. So, Angelica, what do you think? In a word, incredible. This is the top of the line next generation stuff. I've never piloted anything this responsive. And equipped with stealth capabilities on top of that, it's perfect. I don't know if we can ever thank Prince Oliver enough. Well, we can always repay his kindness by making full use of this ship. Stocking it with cuties like Toa and Tita is a good start. And once we get them into the baths, things are going to be even better. It's like a dream come true. So you want us to thank Prince Oliver by enabling you. Instructor Reen, I hardly noticed you there. This ship is kind of okay, really. Pure dead brilliant, don't you think? Don't think I've felt this exhilarated since the first time I rode the Derflinger. You know, my heart belongs to the railways, but faced with the machineless beautiful, even I could be tempted to stray. I know what you mean, Pablo. I'm still having trouble taking it all in myself. I take it you three are running the bridge. Or at least trying to fill in where we can. We're sort of learning to fly on the fly. Luis, Tatiana, and I will be heading up comms and observation. On the engineering side, we've got me and Tita, and Maya and Sydney are manning the guns, with other combat tactics folks chipping in to help. Me, though, I'll be holed up in the workshop most of the time. Nope, wrong voice. As for me, I'll be helping Miss Mint out with anything she needs. Sounds like you're all putting what you learned in your field exercises to practical use. I'm really proud of all of you. There's a... Oh. I was going to say, there's a shop? Oliver's pastime is entrusting top-of-the-line weapons of war to teenagers. I'm for it. We'll start in the workshop, and we'll work our way back up to the bridge. This floor contains the hold and the workshop. We'll be spending a lot of time here. First floor contains the workshop and a ship hold sector, and is the largest area on the ship. Orbit adjustments are carried out at the workshop, and EX orbs are made in the hold. Working with Professor Schmidt has done wonders for your skills, Tita. I'm glad to hear the Orbital Gear 3 units are testing well so far. Thanks. I'm really excited about it too. Oh hey, you were an engineer on the original Courageous, right? I'm amazed you remembered me. This is actually the third RCL class airship I've worked on. I've been there right since the beginning. But this one is packed full of mostly advanced technology RF, the Foundation, and ZCF have to offer. It might well be my masterpiece. I hope it proves worthy of what you and His Highness are trying to accomplish. Believe me, this has already helped us more than you know. Between you, Tita, and everyone else, ZCF has done a heck of a lot for us. Well, it never hurt to have a good working relationship with the likes of the Prince. Now that the handover is complete, most of the ZCF staff are going to be leaving the ship next time we land. But that means I'm entrusting my masterwork to you, Tita. Do me proud. Got it. I won't let you down. Thanks again for everything.
Yes!
Love seeing how far the branch campus kids have come in this game. Randy, Reen, and Toa have right to be proud. They have to. Oh.
Come back soon. I'll help. Come back soon.
Sorry, Celine. So many characters. Oh, I get 4 supports? Damn. Tita should be really happy Schmidt isn't here. Oh, I'm telling you. Okay, Elliot, can we have all this back, please? Thank you. Elliot served his purpose. He had you for a bit. Yeah, he got demoted. He got demoted so he can Oh, I had Muse's stuff copied down. Cast 2 and Hades gem. Fortuna R. Cast 3. Action 3. And a water bell. That's not going to be any good because she don't have any earth stuff now. So why don't we do that's wrong. She never had that. What can I do there?
I'll help. Come back soon.
Oh yeah. Thank you. Regulus. Dunamis. Holy Breath. Storm Bell. He needs an action 3. He needs an action 3. Action 2, action 2, action 2, action 2, wait. Do I give an action 3, or do I give him what's Chrono Burst? Oh, yeah, we're giving an action 3. Action 3. I am focused, Leviathan. I am. Fire, Mirage, and Water. This is interesting. It is.
I'll help. Come back soon. Yes. Come back soon.
Do I want to keep that on her? Yeah, I guess so. Give him his keeper back. la la. Actually, there's probably stores up there, so.
Come back soon.
Valimar remains still and empty. Valimar, Millium. We finally reached a place where everyone can let their guard down for a bit. We made it through without incident, and that's all that's left now is to see this rivalry through to the end. There's the trial before that too. Failure is not an option. Thanks for your help, you guys. Ordine, how are you finding the Courageous 2? I couldn't ask for more. Understand that always being in flight means I consume a significant amount of mana. The Meisters are excellent as well. I'm grateful to be able to rest in such a calm and relaxing place. That's great. Still, I may ask you to lend us a hand again in the future. Let's make it through the rivalries together. By all means. Wow. Oh, Reen. Gonna go grab a bite to eat and write a little. No worries, Dan. Enjoy. Elliot. And Mint and Kenneth?
Sup, Reen? Glad to see you're doing okay.
I missed his voice.
I knew there was nothing to worry about. You guys are pretty much invincible.
I'll have to agree with you there. By the way, Reen, are you still keeping up with your fishing? I've been hearing about guardians appearing all over the place.
Well, maybe I'll have you fill me in then. But I know that Mint helped the branch campus. You help with the Courageous too, right, Kenneth? Well, I did travel around Olivera Bonia while investigating fish ecosystems. I guess I did help in that I shared the information I was able to acquire with His Highness and everyone. I see. That sounds just like you. Thor's really does produce all types of people, doesn't it? For sure. The occasional musical prodigy, even. Well, prodigy might be going a bit far. It seems like you really improved your technical skills while in the Burl Mint. And you were involved in the construction of the Courageous too? Well, I was allowed to join in on some already finished equipment, you could say. Professor Rustle experiences extreme tunnel vision when focusing on research. But he wasn't overly strict when it came to minor mistakes. Working for him was pretty easy in that sense, just like with Professor Schmidt. I think you might be the only person who'd say that working under Professor Schmidt is easy. Mint's a pretty big deal, too.
Alrighty, let's begin.
Oh, she can do this too?
Huh?
Damn.
Done already? Alrighty, let's begin.
Done already. 32? Oh my lord. I might have to farm some.
See you later.
Oh, we got Kenneth.
You sure do like this, huh, Reen? Tight lines out there. You sure do like this, huh, Reen? Tight lines out there.
Oh, Reen. Just making sure the ship's equipment is all in order. Yeah, and getting ready to head to the Luna Shrine. Gwyn, I know I've said this before, but great work on the Courageous 2 operations. And Ferris, it sounds like you, Patrick, and the others helped quite a bit. Well, only a little. And I was just acting as a representative for our sponsors. Handling Schmidt's unreasonable demands is exhausting work. Right. I'm just glad you two made it out through okay. And I guess my mother and Sharon are safe too. Elisa. That stupid daughter of mine. And going so far as to involve Schmidt. Also, Franz is completely... I mean, what the hell was with him? Forget it. I'm sorry, Elisa. No, it's okay, grandfather. I've also prepared myself for the worst for some time now. He's almost just like a different person, even though he looks just like father. But I'm prepared to face him. You know, you've really gotten a lot stronger, Elisa. Yes, it seems like you've really been making strides alongside Reen and the others from Class 7. Hold on a minute, Ferris. Wouldn't it be more accurate to say alongside Reen and just end it there? Oh my, yes, that does sound better. Hey, Ferris, what is this about? I don't really know the particulars, but I think someone might be in denial about something. I'm guessing it's Elisa. Grandfather, Ferris, can the both of you please stop with the speculation? All right. Anyway, so it looks like you'll be on the ship for the time being, Gwyn. But Ferris, you said that you'll be heading down? Yes, I'm going back to Ortis. I need to speak with my brother about something. We're nearing the final act, so I'd like to give my best to Governor Regnitz as well. Okay, I'd be happy to help you out any way I can. You would do well to accomplish what you must first. Together with Reen and those from Class 7, I trust that's one thing you won't waver on, yes? Yeah, you're right. Thanks, Ferris. Let's do our best. Let's both do our best. Elisa has been spending too much time with Ellie and has learned the happy death stare. Oh, you... Yeah. all of them have happy death stares in a way. She also has spent time with Tio too, Biz. We gotta remember that. Because Tio has a death stare too. And let's show some pride as former members of Thor's lacrosse club. You got it. That's true friendship. Right. I'm glad she's got such a good friend. What about you, Reen? How are things with you and Elisa right now? That's, grandfather? We have, oh boy. This floor contains exits from the ship or to the deck. Seems they've got a cafeteria, a sick bay, a reference room, and some stores here too. Second floor comprises the shop and multi-purpose sector. Here you can find various stores as well as exits to both the front and rear decks. Various written materials can be accessed in the reference room, including the black records, which have been transferred over from the Merkaba. Interesting. I'll do the blue thing here first. Oh. Do I have anything for Margarita? Ah, Tatiana! I was wondering when I might see you again. And you, Margarita. You're looking well. Oh, I guess I did hear that the two of you were old friends. Some sort of family connection, right? That's right. Dildante families tend to flock together, as Tatiana's and mine have since times medieval. Though Tatiana's father is a viscount, while mine is a mere baron, she never let that stand in the way of our friendship. Well, The Dresdens have always been tolerant of those from other social standings, too. Of course, of course. And that shared tolerance is a part of what's kept our families so close for all these years. That's a good kind of friendship to have. Oh ho ho! Beauty calls to beauty, after all. It was always our destiny to come into each other's lives. Just like me and Vincent. And how we fell in love at first sight. Oh, is that what happened? It's good to see you're just as powerful as ever, Margarita. Oh, yeah.
Oh, thank you ever so much. Oh, you simply must let me reward you.
I mean, give me all the U material you can.
Oh, thank you ever so much. Oh, thank you ever so much.
What recipes am I missing? 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. I'm missing 7. New bit sound? I need to go through the bit sounds. Hi, Maya. Haven't you had breakfast yet? Of course I have, but it's all on me, instructor. This kitchen is just so fun to use. I wrote Maya into being a taste tester for the new dish I'm working on. I was happy to help, really. Even right after the large meal, I can always make room for something different. Whoa, that's pretty impressive.
I recommend everything.
Of course you would.
Please come again.
Hey! This is where she was. Hey guys. Welcome to the esteemed courageous branch of Nine Valley. Don't leave empty-handed. I rubbed my eyes in disbelief when I saw your shop sign. How'd you end up setting up shop on board? The blondie reached out to me. I was downright floored when he hit me up taking care of personal armaments. But I couldn't give two shits whether he's a ghost or not. As long as his mirror's corporeal, we're set. I got to see some cool stuff here, so I decided to stick around for a while. Ever the shrewd businesswoman, I see. We're fighting against something on a whole different level than ever before. It's going to be very risky. Having a weapon merchant right on hand on our ship will definitely come in handy. I got you covered, pal.
Wanna buy something? Come on, wanna buy something?
Sterling dog tag. Silver dog tag featuring can be gifted to Randy. Fresh grape juice and souffle pancakes. Oh lord. You forgot her better voice changed? I know, right? She has gems! She has gems! Oh shit. Let's go. Hold on. Hit, impede, 7th caliber. Oh my lord, 48. Oh, they upped the U material cost. Oh no. What? Oh. Smallest gem. I need that for Yuna. I need to move 3. I need 2 evade 3s. Turn. Oh. Oh, we poor thing. I can get that. Oh my lord. Plus 640. Yeah, okay. And salt points gradually recover while walking. I don't need that now. Oh. Oh.
I got some good stuff.
Yeah. Oh.
Come on, buy some more.
Who has the mind 3? Who has mind 3? Oh, we do have 2 of them.
Wanna buy some?
Oh,
Wanna
great.
buy something?
Oh, it's EP3.
Come on, buy some more.
I'm an idiot. Who has EP3? Better not be her. Should be counted in my inventory, though. Oh, there's one. Really? That's counted in my inventory?
I got some good stuff. Done already?
Yes! Come back soon. I'll help. Come back soon.
I only need one.
I got some good stuff. Come on, buy some more.
done the wrong one. It was supposed to be EP, not mine. No. I know.
Come back soon.
Big fail. Big fail.
Wanna buy something? Come
Come on, buy some more. Wanna buy something? Done already.
Done already. $1,835. I don't think she's going to run out of EP. Oh, you're here. Is that Irene? I see. Hey there, Becky. Been a while, hasn't it? Happy Saturday. I'm a bit late tonight. No worries, Heart Trip.
It's been a wee while, but the
How are you?
time's finally come. Say hello to the Becky Association's Courageous branch. Looking forward to your patronage, troops.
Glad to have you aboard, Becky. Seeing her over the counter like that really does scream courageous, though, doesn't it? It's like the Civil War all over again. All she's missing is Hugo rivaling it up beside her. Looks like he's off doing whatever he wants now, as per her. I'll have to prove to him that it's his way of doing things just isn't right. Business isn't just about profit. You gotta have the empathy for the customers too. Well, it's good to see the Becky brand enthusiasm's never low on stock, at least. By the by, I plan on heading down from the ship soon after this. You can bet I won't spare any effort helping you guys out. We'll swap info again next time we meet, so make sure you come and find me. Besides, you wouldn't want to miss out on these spicy new glamour shots I'm putting together, would you? I think I could stand to miss a few of them, actually. Let's just say we'll do our best to leave it at that.
All right there.
Thanks, game. Thanks. I guess we get Roselli in our party eventually.
Catch you later.
I've been there. Okay. Been there. All right, let's start down here, I guess. Oh, Reen. Well, we finally meet again. Reen? You okay there, Dorothy?
Wow. I've heard rumors about that luscious silver hair and jet black outfit, but...
Down, Dorothy. Down.
Ah! This character development has my pen bursting with inspiration.
Oh my.
Oh my, indeed.
Man, that edgy new look is just not fair. You don't mind if I crank out a script for a new radio show based off you, right? Right?
Someone passed her a drink. She's thirsty. Oh, yes. Reen's gonna be in the next book. Oh, Lord. It's business as usual with these two, as you can probably tell. No kidding. I'm not sure I've ever seen you guys ease up. That might have gotten a bit excessive, actually, even for me. Sorry, Reen. I got a little carried away myself. You don't need to apologize. I get it. This is kind of a lot to take in all at once. That aside, are you the one managing the terminal room for us, Monk? You know it. I'm a little busy with all my Radio Trista work, sure. You guys have got way more on your plate out here. Can't imagine a single one of us out there wouldn't jump to lend a hand. Speaking of which, Dorothy and I just finished setting up the terminal. As it so happens, the Imperial Museum approved my extended hiatus request. I'll probably spend most of my time in the reference room next door, so feel free to call for me whenever you like. You can go ahead and send all the data the branch campus kids have collected over to us. Battle and combat data goes to me, personal files off to Vivi. And any books and other written materials over to me. Okay, got it. Thanks for all the help, guys. Good to have you aboard with us. Emma? The terminal has carried out a connection test for Palm Party. I helped a little. I see. You play Palm Party, right, Emma? Yes, sometimes. Oh, that reminds me. We haven't exchanged account IDs yet. We should play against each other if we have the time. Sounds great to me. Oh boy. Okay, so I can't do anything there yet. Okay. Why is it unacceptable? Actually, you know what?
Let's begin the match. Oops, I lose.
That was cute. Oh, Reen. Hey, how's it going? Lynn, Vivi, I'm so glad you two are all right. Turning into a Palm Party pro? Yes.
I was just about to say the same. Reen, everyone, it puts my heart at ease to see you all in good health. At any rate, it sounds like you're becoming quite the lady killer, eh, Reen? So, any updates on your love life? Who's the lucky gal?
Vivi, please. I'm really sorry about this, Reen. It's okay. In a way, it's actually kind of comforting. Some things never change. In any case, I'm sorry for all of the trouble I put you two through. If I'd just been a little more skillful in my command, things might not have gone the way they did. It's okay, Gaius. You have nothing to apologize for at all. If you hadn't drawn the enemy away with your Merkaba, there's no way the operation could have succeeded. Besides, it's about time we got some front page limelight for once. It certainly was a rather dramatic appearance, to say the least. And by the way, you're staying on the ship as part of the medical staff, right, Lynn? Where's that leave you, Vivi? Well, since I'm already here, I was thinking I could sign on as the Courageous 2's official photographer. I'm sure Rex can handle all the on-land coverage just fine on his own. What do you think? Great, that settles it. Happy to be aboard. Sure, good to have you. Looks like things are about to get a lot more hectic around here. Oh, yeah.
Let me know what you need.
Power potion. I'm missing a Pecky. Missing a Pecky. You missed Vivi. I'm glad that they gave them voices in the second games. So, what do you think of the Courageous 2, Reen? I gotta say, the original might have been incredible in its own right, but this is about as cutting edge as cutting edge can get. I heard they even put the armaments through a fair bit of upgrading. Yeah, though His Highness didn't seem too hot about it at first. Hot or not, we're in for some pretty intense combat in the coming days. That's just a fact. Once we get to that point, basic deterrence just won't cut it anymore. Yep, that's probably what clinched the decision to load up on firepower. Sounds like they met some resistance from Professor Schmidt on the development side of things, though. I can only imagine. Professors Erica and Albert Russell were involved in this as well, right? Seems they had a tech expert from the Epstein Foundation come in and down on the download too. Yep, the ship's got all the latest tech, saving for anything the Verne Company might be keeping under wraps. In other words, you guys have got yourselves a pretty killer setup here. Make sure you put it to good use, all right? Got it. I'll relay that to His Highness and the other students too. Are you going to meet up with Estelle and the others once you get down to the surface? Nah, I was planning on letting Sherazard take care of that front. I'll be operating on my own for a bit. Got a few things I want to check out. I'm sure you'll be more than busy enough dealing with all the rivalries. But do me a favor and keep an eye on His Highness for me too, alright? Of course, we'll take care of him. That your intuition calling? Feels like it's almost always on the mark at times like this. Just make sure you say hi to Ein for me, okay? I haven't even been able to get in contact with her yet. You must be talking about the head of the Gralsritter. I didn't know she and Tobal were acquainted. Going the wrong way. Going the wrong way. Well, this is an interesting sight. Well, here's something you don't see every day. I didn't realize you two had come aboard the Courageous 2 as well. As escorts for Major Michael, yes. Though we plan on returning to the surface before long. That said, I never could have imagined we'd end up having to face His Highness so quickly. But at the same time, we've been well prepared to do so. This was as good an opportunity as we could have expected. That does make sense. So what's the situation with the Durflinger then? Yeah, did the Imperial Defense Force and the RMP end up chasing it down? It would appear the Imperial Defense Force doesn't deem us worthy of wasting their time. We've managed to keep the RMP in the dark as well, thanks to Major Michael. I think we'll all have a certain degree of freedom in our movements from here on out. Let's be sure to keep in touch, alright? Did you make sure to take down my Arcus number? I've already relayed it to the communications team, if not. Yeah, you bet I did. Man, I'd be blowing your Arcus up non-stop if it weren't for this stupid war. Oh? Was there something specific you wanted to discuss? Nah, my main man here just wanted to hear your sweet silky voice is all. Is that so? In that case, I respectfully decline. And bam. Shot right out of the gate. I haven't even made an actual move yet. The more things change, the more they stay the same. For Sydney, at least. Okay. We got showers. So the strategy conference room and training room are on this floor. The third floor contains a conference room as well as training and recreational areas, a lounge, and bathing facilities. The training room cannot be used yet, but it appears to provide a good variety of combat training. People sometimes meet up in the bathing areas, and washing up will restore HP, EP, and CP. We'll be using that a lot. Like, how about now? This looks like the men's bathing area. Previous Courageous only had showers. I guess this is one benefit to a larger ship. And we have the trial at Luna Shrine, where the reflecting pool is. I'd probably better go ahead and wash up now. His Highness already gave me permission to use it, so I might as well head in, right? Whoa. There's separate facilities for men and women and men. They really went all out in the changing areas. All right then. Is that Urine? Hey, Elliot, Malchius. I guess we all had the same idea. Yeah, we're just starting to get a handle on the ship's function, so it seems a good time to go wash up. Mind if we join you? It does seem pretty spacious after all. Yeah, of course. Want to head in then? This is pretty amazing. Wow, this is like a full-scale bathhouse. Yeah, it's almost too lavish. Could it even get any more luxurious than this? Was it Professor Schmidt that designed this ship? Him and Professor Russell from Liberl. It seems he was one of Professor Epstein's 3 main disciples. This may have been one of his suggestions, since he seems to be pretty well acquainted with His Highness. Tita's grandfather, right? I could see that happening, for whatever reason. I see we weren't the first to come up with this idea. Oh, hey, Eustace. Gaius and Crow, too. So, every single one of us wound up here. It looks like we're all of one mind. It's not like there isn't enough room for all of us to squeeze in. And our first bath on the ship should be a bonding experience, right? Bath time? Oh, yes. Beyond the skies. How far we've come. Yes. It does feel like we've come very far. I know what you mean. Kind of surprised to see everyone here like this. For crying out loud. Why the hell are you getting all so mushy? I mean, we're on a brand new cutting-edge ship here. You gotta get more excited, man. And while we're all here, let's get talking. The filthier the better. It's time to air out your dirtiest jokes and fetishes. But why on earth will be absolutely ridiculous? There's no reason at all we should participate. Come on, Crow. We're not students anymore. Wait, Crow never graduated. Maybe we should consider him a repeat student. Hey, who gives a shit about that? It's time to take it off, guys. Pretty damn sure Gaius will be the winner. But you never know. Some guys like Elliot are... Whoa, whoa! What the hell are you saying, Crow? Crow, this clearly isn't dignified conversation. Yeah, what if a girl was sitting nearby and overheard you say something like that? But would respectful behavior be a character for any of us? I'm just gonna take in the scenery and enjoy the water. What happens if we do it again? Do we get other people? We do get other people because Ash is in there now.
How nice.
Excuse me? Okay. Wasn't expecting that. Cat in the bath? Cat. Hey, instructor. What can I get you to drink? Oh, Freddy. I thought you'd be in the cafeteria. I checked out the facilities, sure enough. But there's no need for 2 cooks. I left Sandy in charge there for now. Besides, I could do some cooking just as well over here. Kenneth from the Imperial Fishing Club left me all sorts of fishing supplies and the like. So if you want to trade in some fish, speak with me. Just like back during field exercises. Sounds good to me. Say, aren't you hungry? I can make you something to snack on. What were you thinking of whipping up? Let me think. Stewed bee larvae, cicada fritters, and grilled pepper skink. Now, don't go drooling all over your nice clothes, instructor. I don't think there's any risk of that. So you've got plenty of penchant for including bugs in your dishes, huh? By some strange turn of events, my stomach doesn't really turn at the thought of it anymore. Freddy's a decent cook too, and honestly might actually be tasty, bugs or not. Should Freddy be running a bar? Probably not. Probably not. But you know what?
You've got good taste.
I'm actually going to make all this.
Come again. You've got good taste. Come on, give it a try. You've got good taste.
Floppy fat. Yeah. Selfish. Oh. Guess what I haven't been using? I guess I'll use them next time. Oh, that's great.
Come on, give it a try.
Yo. Hello, instructor. Hey, guys. I heard these two know each other from way back. We both grew up in Jirai. Must be nice for Stark to finally see his old friend again. Sorry, I didn't mean to interrupt. I'll go... No, by all means, come join us. Is it all right with you, Crow? Sure. Too much nostalgic talk makes me uncomfortable anyway. Besides, I gotta ask old Reen here all about how you're doing at the academy. What do you say, Reen? My boy Stark giving you any trouble? I've heard he's kind of a big shot in the combat logistics team. Real impressive, given how much of Crybaby you used to be. Crybaby, huh? That happened when I was 8 years old. I've changed a lot since then. I mean, I should hope so. Honestly, though, I think you've even grown in the time since I last saw you. I hear that after you left Crossbell, you ended up helping to complete the Courageous 2. That's right. Becky got in contact with me and told me what was going on. Heh. Well, you always were pretty sharp. Good at keeping secrets, too. She made a good call bringing you in, especially since you have an idea of what Yuna and her pals were up to. Hell, you even managed to get a hold of a lot of stuff about C way back when. Damn, man, it's almost creepy how good you are at this stuff. Speaking of C, do you still have that mask you wore back then? If you don't mind, I'd like to take a look at it. I second that. It's been a while. Are you guys making fun of me now? Come on. Dark got some nerve making fun of me when he hasn't seen me in years. I have to admit, I'm happy to see him no matter what. I considered myself fairly aware of what was going on with Mil Mirage. But between President Rocksmith joining the meeting and Prince Olivert showing up, I clearly had no idea what it really entailed. I know what you mean. The prince managed to keep himself in the ship, such a well-guarded secret. It even took me by surprise. I think our mutual friend over there will have some choice words about your bold declaration, however. And come on, Instructor Reen. Don't be mad. I had a whole speech worked out, but now that I think about it, I feel like it might sound a little hypocritical. It would, given how you're far worse when it comes to trying to sacrifice yourself. It's just like Eustace says, with everything I've done, I'm in no position to criticize you, Muse. I'll leave that job to Elise and Alphen. Oh, believe me, they've already made their feelings quite clear. Alright, I guess we're done here then. In any case, I'm just glad that everyone is safe. We'll be counting on you two for your help at the Luna Shrine. But take some time to relax before then. I intend to. Thanks. Thank you, Instructor. Duvalie and Laura, huh? Straight to asking for a match then? No, that's not the case. We both arrived at the training area independently and unexpectedly ran into one another. And you all will be leaving for that trial soon. I would never be so boorish as to wear someone out before something like that. My bad, Duvalie. But I gotta say, it's pretty amazing we have such quality training facilities on a ship like this. Yes, I suppose you could say that, if you really wanted to. The previous Courageous also had substantial facilities, but there certainly wasn't an area quite as spacious as this available. I find it irritating to always be receiving favors. So, as a training opportunity for you all, an archaism belonging exclusively to the Stahlritter. May I present the Vanguard F2 Sepler. Is that a state-of-the-art archaism from Ouroboros? Like the one used at Hamel in the Naval Fortress? But are you sure? Are you still able to make use of them even after separating yourself from Ouroboros? Yes, it's specifically adapted for our own use. Sleipnir, come. Now that I see it up close, it is fairly intense. Going up against an archaism like this does seem like it would make some phenomenal practice. I have another Sleipnir unit actually. I wouldn't mind letting you use that one for training as well. While you're all undergoing your trial, I'll set them up to respond to specific combat situations for practice. I usually just leave it in the hangar's reserve area, so feel free to use it as you like, even when if I'm not around. Talk about the full service treatment. We are truly in your debt, Duvalie. Thank you. Oh, Schwarzer! I heard you play Vantage Masters. I've been indulging in it to enhance my tactical skills. If you'd like, I'd suppose I wouldn't mind allowing a challenge from you. I guess I'll take you up on that. Okay, but first, the MasterCards that we have? Creates a magical crystal. Ah, that one. Oh, and the swordsman. Ooh. Interesting.
Fight as you would a real battle.
Oh, she has the paladin. Restores 1 HP per turn. Two, okay. Got her.
Ugh, this can't be happening.
Got her. Hey, out to the deck. Oh no, this is the meeting room. Never mind. Oh, Reen. How's it going? Are you guys talking to Major Irving about the handover procedures? Yes, the ship is a new build. There are many things about it we don't understand. That's why I have the manual in hand to read and check as I go. It sounds tough. Keep up the good work. Under normal circumstances, I should also be helping out too, since I'm a part of the branch campus faculty and all. Heh. Well, you've got a trial from Rose coming up at Lake Gala, don't you? You can just leave this up to us then. Just make sure you're prepared, got it? To be honest, I'd like to go too, but it's only members of Class 7 that are allowed to, right? It's kind of frustrating, to be honest. Sorry about that, Toa. I'll be sure to head straight to the ship with the trial results. Will you be heading down after the handover procedures to meet up with the main campus students, Major Irving? Right. I'm planning on also serving as their backup, at least for the time being. Let's keep in touch then. It'll help us maintain a shared branch campus mindset, so to speak. Of course. Thank you very much. We'll do so great the principal won't know what hit her. Oh, Schwarzer. I wanted to speak with you about Major Claire. Right. We only saw an image of her on the Pantegruel, just like the Chancellor and the others. Though she's probably carrying out some pretty important tasks in a different area. Yes, she's likely working to finalize the railway's usage plans in preparation for Operation Jormungand's start, as well as carrying out her duties as part of the Ironbloods. Right. I know her, and I can only imagine how much losing Orion must have hurt her. It's not really my place to say, but please do what you can for her. If things keep going this way, she won't be able to handle it much longer. Understood. I'm not sure what I can really do, but as one of the people who cares for her, I'll do everything I can. That's all I ask. I'm in your debt, Schwarzer. Hey, that's everybody there. Oh. I'm missing people. Oh, patty cakes. Can I give him this? Thank you for the pocket watch. Its intricate detailing is remarkable. I'm pleasantly surprised you knew what kind of design would most appeal to me. Well, I've known you for a long time. Now the pressure's on me to reciprocate with a gift as well, chosen as yours. I did get you something, actually, but I'm not sure if it's really to your taste. Albion cuffs. Pearl oyster cufflinks? Classy. That's very you. Seriously, though. They're great. Thank you. I'm relieved you didn't find them too pretentious. Thank you again for the pocket watch. I'll treasure it. Hey, what is this thing? What's up, Ultraplex? What unlodged the stick up the Major's butt? We kicked his ass. I'm so glad to see that you're unharmed, Patrick. And I know Reen feels the same. Thank you, Elise. I'm happy to see you safe too. Instructor Makarov from the main campus got in touch beforehand to apprise us of the situation, so I knew better to worry. But still. I see. So that's why the branch campus students are all on board. Right you are. Clever as always. No doubt you were racked with anxiety over my whereabouts. Chest tight with pain of uncertainty, so I must apologize. Oh, Reen. Schwarzer? Hey, good job out there, you two. Are you all set to head out, Patrick? Naturally. I finished making the necessary preparations yesterday. Good to hear. Honestly, I'd rest easier if I knew you were going to be staying aboard, but... Yes, I feel the same. What's your game here, Schwarzer? Leaving me alone with Elise. It isn't like you. What do you mean? It's not like I've ever specifically tried to keep you apart. What? I shudder to imagine what you'd do if that was your aim then. Ahem, Schwarzer, let me say this. I don't know how much of an ordeal this rivalry is going to end up being, but I will not, under any circumstances, permit you to disappear and leave poor Elise behind. Patrick, I'm sorry. I've been trudging around with an air of resignation without even realizing it. But you know, people might start getting weird ideas if you two spend too much time alone. Maybe I'll have you show me around the ship then, Patrick, if you're so inclined. Talk about doing a 180. It does my heart good to see your friendship thriving, you two. He's a real Erebonian man now. And we got the bridge. Perfect. Oh, Instructor Reen. Ah, Reen. Taking a tour of the ship? It's been some time, hasn't it? About 2 years already, if I'm not mistaken. Right. I think the last time we saw each other was that board of directors meeting at the main campus. I was sorry to hear about what happened to the 7th Division, but I'm glad to see you're safe. Yes, no doubt thanks to the guidance of Adios. I admit, it was difficult to watch the 7th to get disbanded, but it ended up working to my advantage. Thanks to that, I was able to slip away and rendezvous with the others in time to help with the creation of the Courageous 2. You can never really tell just where life's current will sweep you next, huh? That aside, have you not been able to contact Father and the others either? I'm going to be contacting him and Arier in a short while. Before I do, though, I'd like to get in touch with Uncle Zex and Neidhart. I see. No doubt they're struggling with their positions. General Craig, too. So I've heard. But they're still Imperial soldiers. That hasn't changed. Once Operation Jormungand begins, they'll most likely be deployed as the main force in the rear guard. And if they are, even Operation Mil Mirage is sure to face stern opposition. Right. Uncle Zek's stratagems are combined with General Craig's unmatched power. Then even the valorous Le Guin and tactical genius Cassius could be outmatched. Yeah? The conflict might already be impossible to stop in any official capacity, but I'll do what I can behind the scenes. If you could somehow buy us some time on an official front, you would have my deepest gratitude, Lieutenant Colonel. Instructor. But of course. That reminds me, and many months late in saying so, but I wanted to thank you for mentoring my brother. I'd like to ask that you continue providing him with guidance, so that he may one day grow into a strong, independent man. Hey, Mueller. In my book, Kurt's already there. But I hear you. As his instructor, it's my responsibility to continue leading him as best I can. I'm in your debt, Reen. Perhaps I'll go find a suitable hole to crawl in and die of embarrassment now. Cassius the Chuck Norris of this world. We came to that conclusion last night. Oliver, Sherazard, I know I'm repeating myself, but I'm so glad you're both okay. Both of you here, together. Nothing could make me happier right now. Thanks, Alphen. I know I put you through hell. I'm sorry I haven't been in touch. Honestly, Your Highness, I should have informed you before anyone. That was my failing. Forgive me. No, don't be silly. With that wound, my brother wasn't going anywhere for a while, right? Thank you so much for helping with his recovery. Your Highness, you honor me with your magnanimity. Truly. I have to say, though, getting Shara to feed me is definitely a memory I'll treasure forever. Although she did give me one legendary purple nurple when I suggested she ditch the spoon and use her mouth instead. There he is. Goodness. So help me, Adios. Olivier, you're about 3 seconds away from finding out what life is like with 0 eyes. I wouldn't have guessed it, but those two are much more intimate than I expected. Well, well, look who it is. Why, hello there, Reen. Looks like you're already finding your way around the place. Yeah, it really is an incredible ship. This isn't the first time we've met, but I'd like to reintroduce myself nonetheless. I'm Reen Schwarzer. Good to meet you, Scheherazade. The pleasure's all mine. I've been hearing a lot about you. It sounds like you've been to Gehenna and back more times than one. And you're not done yet, it would seem. Adversity seems to be the order of the day for those who call Erebonia home. But at the very least, it's made us a tough people. But no matter where we're from, I'm glad to be allies just the same, with Estelle, Agate, and now you. You bet. I've got your back. We've been preparing for the worst for a long time now. And just between you and me, as the Silver Streak, I really don't want to be outdone by the Purple Lightning. Ah. Come to think of it, you've been pretty focused on that for a while now, haven't you? Well, yeah. Despite us being the same age, she was the youngest bracers ever to reach A rank when she did. She's always had a reputation as a force to be reckoned with. Even Cassius relied on her. It did make me a little jealous, I have to say. You're both so fantastic, though. I really admire you, Shara. You know, even though Sarah is my former instructor, we have a close relationship as friends now. I can't believe it. Once I came to Erebonia and the two of us actually met, we immediately hit it off. We both like drinking, and our overall situations are fairly similar too in some ways. Your interests and those of the masculine persuasion couldn't be any more different, though. Ah, that's right. She got a thing for silver foxes, eh? Though I hear the wind of change are starting to blow across that particular plane. Wait, I don't recall telling you about any of this. Scheherazade is so gorgeous, but she has really a really cute side too. Don't worry, you two. I'll sort this out like a proper sister should. Or maybe it's best to just leave it to them. They are adults after all. Huh? What's that? I see that curious glint in your eye. This here is our true trump card. It's what makes ultra-long-distance communications with the Arcus II possible. It's an artifact known as the Sonaris Seashell. Mr. Debaucherous Prince snuck it in. Wow. Incredible. It's a delightful little device I discovered in some ruins on a visit with the Bracer Guild. That was about, 10 years ago now? It facilitates ultra-long-distance communications in a snap, and is even able to bypass orbital comm restrictions of all shapes and sizes. It's currently in use as our repeater router. For Toval's suggestion, it also linked to your Arcuses via the Round of 7 app that Foundation made for me. Its capabilities are almost mind-boggling. And if the ship control tower is set up with this, then we'd have flawless connections with everyone involved with the Radiant Wings. As someone who will be helping with operations, I have to say I find it hard to believe its capabilities are even possible. I'm with you there. I guess artifacts don't need to be deadly to be powerful. Speaking of that, correct me if I'm wrong, but I thought the Septian Church collected all artifacts that are still functional. About that, after a bit of discussion with the Gralsritter, we managed to come to a agreement of sorts. Our possession and usage has received my god. Our position and usage has received tacit approval on the condition that we abide by a number of itty-bitty rules. Oh, Olivert. So fortunate are we that a man of his eloquence and skill walks upon this earth. At any rate, it seems like Cedric is drifting further and further astray. I'm starting to fear that maybe we really can't go back to how things were. Your Highness. Come on, that can't be true.
I'm just as glad as you to see him alive again. But feelings such as that are only for the weak. We're ending this world and creating a new order in its place. And an undertaking this great leaves me no room for weakness.
Those words were proof that he's pushing himself too far. His infatuation with Chancellor Osborne is pretty clear, but I honestly doubt his resolve as one of the Ironbloods is really so firm. Or as a Divine Knight Awakener, for that matter. I'm inclined to agree. Oh, Olivert, you silly fool. All we can ever do as people is work with the opportunities in front of us and never give up hope. Besides, I still need to meet him properly, just as I did the princess. He is royalty, after all. If it's a family meet and greet you're after, Shara, you need only ask. Oh, yes. There's mother and father, too, if he's recovered. Well, let's take it down a notch, shall we? I'm gonna guess that I gotta go to another floor now. To all passengers, oh, hold on. To all passengers, we will soon be concluding our orientation flight and the charting a course to the Luna Shrine. We'll be landing on Lake Gala in 30 minutes. Good timing. I'm done here. I'll just double check that I'm ready and then head to the bridge. Hey, Reen. Were you able to make that lap around the ship? Yeah, I was. I think I've seen everything I wanted to. And it made me realize again just how amazing this ship really is. It does my heart good to hear you say that. And no part of this ship deserves the Olivier seal of approval more than... drumroll, please. The baths. We simply must bathe together when time permits. A chance to lay ourselves bare. If you catch my meaning. Well, you never have to ask me twice to take a nice hot bath. Oh, and I'm sure you heard the announcement, but our maiden flight will soon be coming to an end. Would you please ready yourselves for landing, Reen? Can do. I've taken a lap around the ship and spoken with everyone who will be disembarking. Maybe I'll just wait on the bridge for now. Oh my, indeed. Here we are at the Luna Shrine again. Yes, but it feels different this time. Yep. Rose did say that the spirit veins are becoming more active, so perhaps that's why. I'd wager Gunmira you're right. Now that I can sense mana, I'm starting to see what you mean. Feels like it's still being contained inside the shrine, though. That makes sense. This is the only shrine that's been overseen by the wandering witches for generations. My mother came here to purify its waters countless times throughout her life. Or so I've heard. Oh, right. I did hear something like that. You never really knew your mother, right? I've heard stories that she was a witch of rare and superb talent. But all that this happened before I was born, so stories are all I have to go on. I was really little when she passed away, so I don't remember much about her. But grandmother told me all about this shrine. Deep within, beyond the altar, we'll find the reflecting pool. Gazing into it should light our way. Who doesn't love a conveniently omniscient magical artifact? So unlike on Brionia Island, this shrine extends even beyond the altar then. Grandmother should have opened it up already. She'll be waiting for us. Is everyone ready to go? Almost. I need just a minute. Come, Valimar! Not taking any chances, huh? Or is it something else? Let me guess. You wanted the whole of Class 7 together for this. Right. None of us knows what's going to happen, so it pays to be prepared. I already discussed it with His Highness, Mint, and the others. I see now. We're really all here then. Yeah. Well, guess we better mosey. Next stop, the altar. Hey, Celine, aren't you going to change into human form? Don't rush me. I can wait until after we talk to Rose. I love how they put, I was going to say, I love how they put Valimar there and,
There.
block our way out.
Got a bite. Nice.
But I guess I was wrong.
I got it.
Yes.
Hold up. How many? Hold on. I get 4 support characters. Oh, yeah. Got it. I understand.